Hello, good morning, guys. How are we doing today? All right, let's see. Who do we got here? Pete, Hammond has been resurrected. Good morning, all. Good morning, good morning. How are you doing? Okim, hello. How are you doing? Vodka, good morning. Hope you're having a great day. Same to you. Hope you have an awesome morning. Brave, good morning to you. Moss, let's go indeed. How's everyone doing? How is the last day of the grind going with, how's this grind with the XP going for everyone? Yesterday was amazing. What did you do? What did you catch? I assume you caught something good. So yeah, we're back. Still doing the same thing. The caught a blue tail Atlantic redfish and made 6.4k in 5 hours. Damn, that's a good run. That is an amazing run. So where were you fishing and what were you doing? Jesus, 6.4. That's actually the same that we have on the account now for 6 hours. Or sorry, 6 hours. 15 hours. All the 120 E8 with the Venga. Nice. I'm actually thinking that 120 might be even better with the small setups. Because we had a time as well pulling out a lot of good stuff over there. Maybe for 3 trips to the sea this weekend. Nice. So yeah, we are it started with 1.4, ended up with almost 4 at the end. That's very good. That's very good. So you did all 3 trips, I assume, with silver. Then having that turnout on it is really good. Really good. Considering that you're actually using close to 4,500 to buy the trips, so that's really amazing. Only 2 bigger fish, 63 Greenland and a 71 kilo Opa. Nice. That's really good. That's amazing. Made almost 4 times back and leveled up twice. Twice and a half. Nice. That's very good. Very good. 23 to 25, and now you're halfway to 26. Very good. So that means Amber is in reach. Iska, hello. Good morning. How you doing? Figures already from strong perking. Yep. All right. So did play a little bit more yesterday. So we are done with Norway. That means that we had to rethink what to do next. So it does present a little bit of the issues that we're trying to shed some lights on. Let's jump in here and take a look where we are. So issue is, well, the good thing is, I should say, we can actually go wherever we want. So the natural thing is to travel to Volkov. The issues, like we tried to say before, is now we're level 24. We hit 24 last night on the 3rd trip. We have 6,000 silver, and so like in one sense, given that we spent 16 hours, we are actually in a really good spot. We leveled up a bunch. We have 6,000 silver. Problem though is we have no skills. Oh yeah, it's nice. It's nice with 60k silver, But considering where we are in the game, there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do. We can go bream fishing and a lot of the other small stuff because, well, we don't have. We cannot use hair rigs. We cannot use pop-up rigs. We can't use inline. Like we have no skill. We have basic bottom, and that's pretty much it. We can go float fishing, but we only have the standard rig. We can go spin fishing. Again, we have nothing. Well, actually, jigging. This is linked into. Yeah, I don't. So that's actually linked with this one. So those are linked in. But other than that, we have very little things we can do. And of course, we don't have ground bait. So, hey, Greg. Good morning. How you doing? Yeah. So it's linked with marine jigging. But in general, we can't do a whole heck of a lot. So now to keep going on the to keep going on the XP roll, basically. Go catch some rough. Yep. Now what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna do the copper trip. I'm just gonna see how far we can push this thing and see if with another copper trip or two, maybe we can push ourselves up to 26. One of the problems as well is let's just take a quick peek here. As far as rod goes, carp rods, if we go and look at tuna carps, we need the ability to fish with the rods, and that's 60. So we're far off. No, don't say anything yet. We have copper has reduced and increased with 90 meters range. Yep. You haven't noticed? Okay. But what we're thinking about is doing the trip, so we do get some gear though. We can't use these. We can't use. Well, actually, what we could do is look at spin reels. So the calibers. So these are in reach. We have money for 2 calibers. This is just to show what the situation is after the 2 trips. So we can't build carp kits because we don't have the skill. We can't go too crazy on the reel. So even though we got a lot of silver, we are pretty much stuck. So if we put aside spending real money in the game, after doing the 3 trips, okay, if you spent the money that we've done, like you spend the 3 trips and maybe also the book, you can get some really good starter kits with this. We can build a really good dream kit with the money we have, but then you have to consider the fall height from sitting there making close to 2,000 per 5 hours and going down to Oldberg, where you probably would make in 5 hours around 500 silver. So you're making a quarter of what you normally did. So that's kind of some of the challenges with speeding like this. Let me just see, did I miss anyone? Noble Man, how are you doing today? Good morning. Brana, I'll catch some rough. That's actually sitting on winding on the small fish, rough, donuts rough, nays, whatever you get on those spots. It's not the worst. You can actually make some solid money on it, but it's nothing compared to what we've been doing the last couple of days. So, but yeah, cover trip without the classic hair rig is going to be very hard indeed. But you have the option, of course, on getting the book. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Copper, we're going to grab the book, and we're going to try to do the trips with and see what we end up with. And best case scenario, we actually jump ahead and maybe make Amber Lake. We going from dollar to the rubles in Russia. Yep. All right, I'll show you what I mean. Feeder. Holy crap! Great, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. So let's see what the feeder gives us. 70 kilo. Damn. You're a legend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So just to recap a little bit of what happened yesterday, we did go to Norway. I spent probably 2 hours on 34. Did get bitten off once. Luckily that was on the quicker, so nothing big lost on that one. Started circling around a little bit, so I did a run to 41. We went to 120. We went to 80, 50. I had a trip to 133, and I finished up on the 120 again. So went around a little bit. It slowed down, so we just tried to spin around a little bit and basically just see where we could catch something. Caught a lot of interesting stuff yesterday. We had a small pearl beagle. We had there's the mussel, the standard one. We had a scallop on stream. Did get a edible crab. I got a red king crab. So there was a lot of interesting stuff that came out. I switched to hunter pretty early in the run. So we had a little bit less XP yesterday, mainly because it died off a little bit. But I think in the end we actually it went pretty well. I'm gonna do this. We actually have the start of this one. Yubi, good morning. How are you doing? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you so much. All right, so here is the plan. We are gonna go copper. Gonna try to get the setup in place fairly quickly so we can get the rods in the water and get lost in this. I've gotten some help from Moss with the setups and we've been trying to figure out what might work. So we've done a little bit of a prep, and this is what everyone should do if they're going to do the trips that we actually do. Like you have to sit down and do some prep ahead of time, because if you're going to start like hunting down things when you start these trips, same thing goes for Norway. If you haven't prepared, it's going to eat into your fishing time. And I also saw that with these trade trips. We've done fairly efficient. We've done maximum of 1 relog. Because you actually spend quite a bit of time to driving out to the spot. Sometimes you spend as much as like if you spend 5 minutes, that's 2 hours of the day. So all right, you're off. Good luck. Alrighty. You have an awesome day, and I'll catch you later. All right, so 5 days. I'm gonna do it for gold. It's not expensive, so we could as well done it for this, but trying to get as much as we can. We are gonna do it with the we're gonna do it with the book, or with the gold. So behind the fish market, we have the administration, and we got the bottom fishing for dummies, where we have bottom fishing up to 40%. So I assume most people know this, and it is like you have to read it. It brings you to 40. It doesn't increase your skill by 40. So it brings you to 40, and that's it. If you buy this book and you're already at 50 or 60 or whatever, you get nothing. And you cannot return it. So that's important to remember. So I'm going to grab that one. And we can see we are currently at 0. And we should have it in the bottom here. Here we go. Sit down and read. That is 9,000 silver. Yes, indeed. Oh. So it's either 5 gold or 9,995 silver. So basically 10k. It's the same thing as I said with the book in at Norway. If you have the silver, it's worth it. If you don't have the silver, don't do it. You have to have that silver spare. Like, don't eat into your budget for new gear. Don't eat into the budget for repairs. That's if you have that much silver laying around and it's spare cash. Very important. All right, so I just want to take a quick peek at what we get. So we get the Beluga Notaros, Notora 6000, and the Model 2. The setups are a bit on the weak side, so you got 25 kilo on 25.9 on the rod, and 15 kilo on the Notora. The Notora is find it here quickly. It's a 37.4 reel, so it's a very weak setup that they've set up. So we'll do something about that. So we got those three. Seems like that was about it. Okay, so we got a handful of bait, I believe, for the trip. That seems to be about it. Oh yeah, we got the stand. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna grab is a. Wait, did I have it? Yeah. When you're starting a new account, something most people probably know as well, but you get a 2 meter landing net. There is a 3 meter, and it's worth grabbing the 3 meter. It makes a huge difference. PVA, can't use it. I can't use PVA, and I can't use it, and I can't make it. Now I've gotten some baits sent over by Moss, and some ground baits. There it is. So you don't have any. You have absolutely no bonus in that sense. We're gonna try this bot 57. Or yeah. So this is 5750, the one we're gonna use. I'm gonna get this one ready. We need to set up the rods. So let's get that one in there. Then came out a trophy wrench in that setup. That would be extremely fun. Okay, so let's see what we can do with these three. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna switch out the line on them. Actually gonna set this up. So now we actually got the hair rig. So the book let us go into the settings here. So the book gives us, so we had these three. So we can get Paternoster. We can use the hair rig, and it also enabled us to use the picker rods. So that's kind of what the book gives us, the last three here. You see, we actually got 15. We got 15 points. So I'm gonna smack these right into hair rig. I'm gonna hold off for now and see how the casting goes. But Denise, good morning. How you doing? Okay, so start with that's number one. Okay, I'm gonna switch it into hair rig. We're gonna use the 22 line. We have 22 lead cores. We got blinkers. Those are heaters. Makes it easy when your inventory is nice and clean like this. Compared to my main account where It is everything but. Okay, we got those two. We're gonna use black current, and we have. Oh, of course, we can't use PVA. And I believe the clip on this one is 7. Hey Jimmy, good morning. How you doing? Let's see. I'm good. How about yourself? I'm doing pretty good. Still working on my first copy, so yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah. Best way to increase your your bottom level is just to fish. The more you switch it up, the better it's going to be for you. I'm not going to learn that one. So what I mean with that is that if you switch up what you're doing as far as species you're fishing for, the maps you're fishing on, the type of rig you're using, so switching between the different basic bottom rig, using paternoster inline loop rig, switching it up as much as possible, and standing on things that generally give more. Why do I know? Why don't I just cast these and start getting fish? There we go. Trophies tend to give you a higher rate of skill points. We definitely need to make a video on those kind of things. So yeah, that's skills and casting could be smart. Okay, let's go ahead and get this one set up quickly. I saw there was a fish on there, but let's do this quickly. This lead for. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That was stupid. It's spaced the second I was. There you go. All right. Let's see. My farm, a certain type, less likely you get skill posts. Oop. Where did my chat go here? Uh, so where's will take more time. Yeah, so basically, there's diminishing return in in all skill ups. It was all in all the different skill trees. There's diminishing return. So the more you're doing the same thing, whether it is bottom fishing, spin fishing, um, creating baits or ground baits, everything has diminishing return. So the more you do one thing, the less you get out of it. Slow down speed. Oh wait, you are. Yeah, I dropped my thumb on the space bar like I normally do, and I'm like, that was stupid. Right now we are using black current. So we have black current 1010. Oh, Marianne. Hello, how are you doing? Um, Yeah, AK-10s would do some real damage here. What made me make a new account? Basically, the double XP weekend. That is the whole thing. It's basically just an experiment to see how much damage can we do with the double XP weekend. So you see the rules on the screen out in chat there. As cool as that trophy. I'm actually a little bit sad we didn't trophy anything on Norway. Okay. So this is the one that we're gonna go. That's blackcurrant, and this is the pineapple. Okay. I think we said 35%. Isn't that correct? Oh, that's long. Done. How I counted the serious of PVA. Yeah, tossing out some ground bait. Wagyu, hello. It's going pretty good. We are done with the 4 trips, and we are now doing a copper trip. Let's see what do we got. So it is a blackcurrant jam. So here's the mix. So pretty much the same as the PBS that we've been using, but like I said, problem is we can't make anything, so you have to have some good friends that can help out. So I'm not sure. I need to figure out what level we need to be on ground bait making to make this stuff. But with the ground up boilers and everything, I think we need to be at like round 60. Hey, F1, 16,000. Nice. Um, they found a nice spot for landing mackerels and just kept going till he got trophy for it. Yeah, I actually didn't have much mackerel on the run. But we were moving around quite a bit, so and we were mainly going on the bottom side of things. So want to do the last couple trip. I want to make the best out of it. Yep. Doing the prep, making sure you have the base, making sure you can get the someone to help you make the ground baits. Gonna make a big difference to a run like this. Yeah, over 1,000 portions of tea with you, lugging that around. Yep. I'm glad the inventories are not limited. I need 80% for that. Yikes. Yep. So, let's see. Yeah, record catch for bottom tackle. No wonder that was the first fish on it. So, yeah, the biggest fish we ended up with was the 29. The highest experience, of course, was the 22 during happy hour, and we got a fair amount of silver for the commonling. Yeah, like I said, doing the prep ahead of time, making sure that like find someone that can help you. There's always someone that can help you make um, Oh, there you go. uh, there's always someone that can help you out, and everyone just have to remember that the way you go about things make a heck of a lot of difference. Um, like Moss always say, please and thank you can go a long way. And the fact that it's like when it's not the first thing you say when you come into chat or stream is like, oh, can someone as long as you're not doing that approach, normally people can get some good help. Like Ma said yesterday, don't be that guy. So yeah, so there is a lot of folks. If you look in the Vikings chat, the Vikings Discord, and also on stream, there's always people that are more than willing to help out. What it's all about, trying to help people. Exactly. It is all about the way you approach it. Um, just asking for advice sometimes can actually mean that someone is willing to help you out a little bit more than like you might ask, okay, where's a good spot for this and what baits could I use? That could be enough for you to get some help. Coming in and not saying hi, not saying please, not saying anything, and just saying, "Oh, can someone send me a bream gambit?" That's not always the best approach. Spending those like 2 minutes ahead of time might actually make the worlds of difference. What you need is 100 friends to join a comp, but then not compete to donate silver. Yeah, but that's also one of the reasons why it's one of the reasons why we have those limits now on competitions, because people have been using that feature to transfer silver. So different species, small commons. Well, we need F1s. Can someone send me cool bitch? How are you doing, Kebab? Let's call for a play. Yep. Couple of ground bits here and there until you learn to make your own. Couple of bits. Yep, bits and pieces. Like the small things early on is the small things that you get help with early on. They might be small for a higher level player, but they're actually huge for a new player. So, and the way you go about it, like if you're always asking for like these same things over and over again, when people ask for the same ground bait that's basically 10% into ground bait making when they're level 35, you kind of see that okay, they don't want to do the work. But like as long as you're showing that you want to learn, you want to have progress in the game, people are more than willing to help you out. You do. Good morning. How you doing? All good. Just woke up fishing a copper. Nice. We are getting decent amount of XP out of this thing. 824 is where we were at. Okay, 100K, 12 fish. Okay. Stuck at copper since it came out. It's been a cool map. I don't like the fact that they've removed so much of the koi. But still, it's a good map that they've squeezed out. Get your first trophy on the dead fish bottom rig, spiny dogfish from 120. Nice. That's actually my first trophy on the dead bait myself. I got it. I got the spiny from the right side of the 75. A lot of small stuff, but yeah, I think we will see a difference since we don't have PVA, but hopefully it's gonna work. Hopefully we get some bigger stuff. Good prep for evening. Get some lights out there. Oop. And put it next there. Okay. So yeah, we made level 24 on 3 trips of Norway. Should be able to make at least a level from this trip. Got no luck with that spot, Zero AK Touch. I did a hour on my main yesterday on the spot, and I had I think I had 2. Hey Phil, good evening. How are you doing? What map has the boilers and stuff available? If you're gonna do shopping, I would recommend going to Volkov. Photons moved out something somewhere at 5460 at 3 hours ago. Testing yeah now. All right, cool. Oh, it's going pretty good. Going pretty good. We're done with the trade trips at level 24. So now it's doing the first of the copper trips, just to see how much further we can push this account. Oh, 3 kilo fish. That was the first. Nice. And the fish. Oh. You're at 5460 on Black Current Slow and no K-Touch. Alright. It would be extremely fun if we got one of the exotic kois, like the more rare ones. You might go and rob Bjorn again. I don't blame you. It's actually pretty fun sitting there with the dead baits. You never know what's gonna strike on them, so it was kind of funny last night because I started going to the deeper holes, like 120. We went to 80. I went to 75 for a little bit. I went to 55. Tried to 133. It's pretty nerve-wracking when you're sitting there with 36 line, because you never know what's gonna strike. So fun. What's the mount on your rods that allows you to use all 3 or 4? What do you mean? Are you thinking about the Norway setup, or are you thinking about? Are you thinking of this one? Oh, for the current, I'm using sinking boilies plus sinking boilies. So you have to set it to classic hair rig. Yep, full. 3.7. Nice. Thank you for the mulled wine, bro. Appreciate that. Ooh, was too quick. No. I thought it was on. All right, let's try to mix up these a little bit. Mm, just realized we actually have a few different flavors we can run. We also have some bigger. Let's see. Oh, 12. What are master fish with the Camo Comfort 360 with Lucerdi? You can fish with that one on all maps up to Balaya. You could technically go Quarry as well. Quarry is nice because it's small. So if you go into the boat and troll with it, you can follow the fish. But just keep in mind there's some really big fish in there, so you can end up with a bad day. But the Lucerdi is 5 kilo. is the max drag on it. So, or not the max drag, but the mechanism. So you don't have a lot of strength. Oh wait. Oh, the sorry. I'm thinking the. I was thinking Karelia. Sorry. You can go Mosquito, Winding, Goldberg. You can do it on Belaya as well because you have crayfish, you have white brim on there. You got a lot of the other small species. So you have a few of those that goes on the trophy card. There is bream on Quarry Lake. There is also like rough and a few other species. On Volkov, 73-100 is a good place for bream. There is normally blue brim, there's white brim, there is, yeah, a lot of different species there as well. Again, it's a map with some dangerous species. You have burbot down there, you got catfish, but you could technically fish on it. And you just need to be careful and set up your gear correctly so that you can actually snap it off if you have to, if you're about to get spooled. So any map basically with relatively small species on them, it all depends on what setups you're running and what you're going after. There's nothing wrong with using a light setup. Let's say on tuba, you can use a light setup if you're going for the smaller fish. But there's always a chance, like with Oldberg as well. If you go to Oldberg with red worm and regular worms and some of the smaller baits, you're generally not going to run into too much big stuff. But if you put a potato on, you're going to be in big trouble. So that kind of applies for all the different maps. So that if you put on the wrong bait, you're going to attract the wrong species. That makes sense. If you look in our Discord under resources, there is VK links for every single map. So looking at the map that you would like to try out, you can scroll down and see some of the spots. Not everything will be active, but it will give you a little bit of a idea of what's available out there. There's also a link for a RF4 forum page, which is called Hotspots Rework. It basically is a list of every single map. You can expand that and you'll see the map and all the different species, or at least a lot of the species, mainly the main species for every map. So if you look at that and you expand the map that you want to look at, you can actually get a small list of spots for every single species. It will show you the spot and the clips or the depth that you need to target those. So pair that information together with the weeklies showing you the baits, should be in pretty good shape. 1 kilo K-tench, nice. Yeah, we've been here 25 minutes. Give it a little bit more before we start tossing out more. Let's see. Hey, 16 hours. Yep. One more level till you unlock Volkov. Yep. But like I said, yeah, you got Quarry Lake. Got a few species that could be interesting. You can go Bear Lake and target some of the small stuff as well. But yeah, it's mainly carps. So it's a little bit difficult to find spots for things that people normally don't fish on that map. White brim tends to have spots because it's on the card. But the other species are, I would say it's more effective to go Winding or Oldberg on those. Still haven't gone to past Belaya, except for the quarry to get cream cheese. Yep. I remember the first time we went to quarry was basically to get the cheese block to craft cheese cubes. I cast it out with the Corellia that I had at the time. I had to do one cast when I traveled there. And got something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a lake trout or similar. Spent a bit too much time landing that fish, and I was like, nope, we're out of here. It was scary. That's a lot of years ago. Damn it. Would like a way to actually detach the mouse without having to open chat. Would be nice with a bigger F1. Would be nice with a trophy F1 during happy hour, actually. I am using clip 7. Ross, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. $43. 43.34 is doing really good. Copper using sweet cream and sweet cream or sweet caramel. Oh, cool. Ross, hello. How are you doing? At work. I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. Out of 3 identical rods, only one has action. It's like that every now and then. But yeah, if you're not catching on one of the rods or 2 of the rods, just go and recast, switch things around if nothing happens. There was a bug many years ago where you could have a rod that absolutely didn't work. You could dismantle it, put it back together, and started catching fish again. I think that's fixed though, but yeah, that was the thing. Consider with 3 rods, only 1 working or 2 working. If you picked up the one that you didn't catch on, because you could change bait and change everything on it and like still didn't work, especially on the hair rigs. So if you took it up, you dismantled the whole rod, just hit the dismantle button, put it back together, cast it out, and you caught fish. So that was kind of like a I don't know. This is like shortly after Amber came out. Yes, the ghost snag in the game is the thing. That's basically what you call it when the snag icon doesn't light up and you have no fish on, but still you're stuck in something. Sometimes you can reposition yourself and you can get it out of the water. So like if you get snagged on see if you can get it. So if you get snagged and the line is in the middle here somewhere, you can reposition around the map and maybe get it back out. But quite often it's stuck. You can't do anything. So when that happens, when the lure is stuck, you have no fish on, and you don't have the indicator, you can just stop right there. There is absolutely nothing you can do about it. And sometimes, especially on tuba and winding, and also Bear Lake, you can cast out, and all of a sudden you see that the lure is hanging in grass or in a tree or something. It might not even show a indicator that you're snagged. If that's the case, just stop. Don't even try to get it out because you're gonna end up losing the lure or the rig. If you have something set up wrong, you'll break your stuff. So the only thing you can do to get that out of there is 1, cut the line, travel to a different map and back again, or relog. But of course, anything that you have out of gear will be put back in your inventory. So that's a problem with the game, that every now and then you get what we call the ghost snag, and just be aware of it, especially if you don't know for 100% sure that your setup is good. But it's after a while you start learning the spots that is worse for these things. 5163, I think it is, on Bear Lake have that problem. You casting through the reeds. Actually, you just get snagged on that one. There's a few spots that we know on Bear Lake that's really bad for it when you're casting out. There's a few spots on Tuba where you cast out, you actually get snagged in midair. And it's basically where the shelves, the boundaries, so you're making sure that we cannot walk in the water. It's something between the plates that are preventing us from walking in the water that the lure gets stuck on. So it's just some small problems. It's as long as you're aware of it, not a huge issue. Probably most annoying place is some of the frog spots on Mosquito. You're standing there with ultralight going for frogs and you get snagged. Easy to break your stuff. Timmy, how's it going? Catching any good fish? Nothing like spectacular. We have a bit of F1s in here. I have a few decent F1s. It's like having decent bite rate. It's not too shabby. We're having fairly decent bite rate, but a lot of small stuff, like very small. So just got back from cleaning. I still haven't caught a trophy cavy tunch. Damn. Yeah, they've been coming out, but yeah, it seems to be a rough one for people to catch. F1. Game could give me a trophy F1 during happy hour would be nice. Hey, Captain. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Oh. Let's take a look here. Oh, that's on the opposite side. Cool. Thanks, Phil. Think after 3 days on normal, stay up to sea for the next 2 weeks. uh, it's Norway is cool when there's activity on it. So if there's anything active when I'm done with these, I might jump back with the main. Fish Norway 120 E8 in 1 hour. Got 3 black ruff and some other small crap. I've actually not caught much at all on my main on the 120. Goes only 1 kilo though. But there's a 750 gram cafe order. Nice. That's good silver. What if it's an all that time when you call your son from 20 meters away? Oh. Here. I had hopes. Let's see. Do you see my post on spots for lower level people in go to Norway? Oh yeah, I saw that Yeah, behind admin. Yep, I did see that. I pulled it up on my cell phone while waiting for coffee. Nice, very nice. I remember when we were standing there doing this stuff on in the beginning. We were standing behind admin. It's actually pretty cool. Both that spot, the dock over with the boathouse, and the spot that we win for flatfish. All those three spots are actually really good because you don't need to go under the boat. You can kind of like half-ass AFK fishing without it costing you too much. And the cool thing is you can also do that with like basic bottom rig on carp rods. So if you can from a shore spot, if you can go 400 or above, it's gonna be worth it over buying a ticket most likely. We had 824 before we started the next level. Now we have 641. So just under 200 in 20 minutes. Get some more ground bait out of here. And then I cast now. And go 2 more. Oh, the radius on it is so big that it's not gonna make a huge difference. But yeah, that would be a heck of a lot easier with the slingshot. So I think it can be worth early on to get a slingshot if you're gonna do a lot of this. You're gonna see what the while that one is waiting for bites. I'm gonna quickly see what the settings on the slingshot is. Is there any like we don't need it now, but it would be cool to know for later. Slingshots. Yeah, we can't use it. Yep. Using base slingshot ability is required. So yeah, just take a quick peek here. Might be worth starting pop these in. $170. Okay. So you got a 3. Do that. Punch. Yeah, that was the one we had. So $20 plus. So just around $200. Mm, 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 mm. That's different from the 500 average that we've had on most hours on Norway. Ooh. Well, actually, we had 400 dead smack on average. So we spent a little bit of money along the way. So yeah, 400, 450, something like that per hour average. So 1150 silver in 16 hours on Norway. Yep. The okay, that never took. Okay. Damn it. Thought it was on there. The uh the lack of skill early on is gonna make a difference. And the fact that I don't have drop shots or anything like that, it's definitely setting you back when you don't have the possibility to use all add-ons. I just saw when I started using the hunter with the attractants on it, it made a big difference on the bite rates. And well, not so much on the bite rate, more on the quality of fish actually. Like casting accuracy is like there, goes in all directions. 68.5%. Nice. Getting there. Getting to 75 is big. What I did on my main is that as soon as I got to um, as soon as I got to this one, I bought the light boat rod. That way I had 2 rods to play with. I could use paternoster, so I could start easier going for mackerel and things like that, using 3 different hooks and whatnot. It, for me, it made it more enjoyable, pushing the next portion of the level up. So I did the light boat rod and I skipped straight to, well, I actually did the medium as well, but getting the light boat rod makes it a little bit easier to jump straight to heavy afterwards. And it gives you an extra rod to switch between, so you can have the light boat rod for a little bit heavier setups. You have the Pilco rod for the really small stuff. So as soon as you get the drop shot, you can use the boat rod for like the bottom stuff, the heavier stuff, because it allows for a little bit heavier rigs. Whereas the Pilco rod is good for like small things like mackerel, stingrays, or whatnot. Come on. There we go. Tips to Twitch. 120 now with black foams. Cool. Yeah, it's funny how many people have actually start going to the 120 with lower gear now. 120 has generally been like scary for folks, but it looks like more and more people are just going there with whatever they got. The thing with it is that its the rewards are so huge. If you run into something good, it's just crazy. 120 dead for you today? 120 has been dead for me for freaking the entire week. Well, I did have that Greenland shark on my main, but yeah, it was kind of like a one-off. You need to stop messing up the bites. It's running a hunter yesterday on the 120 just to try and had a 46 Greenland. Just go back to the foams, yeah. F that, I'm not dealing with those again. I've been sitting on the 120 with the hunter on the on this account. It was fun, but I didn't run into anything like really crazy. We did have we had this one, of course. That was the end of trip 1, and we had a 28 on end of trip 2. Kind of sad yesterday. We ended on a small fish. Had a small beaked. That was on the hunter as well, I think. No, that was on rubber. We had a common ling on the hunter. That one came on out last night. That was a nice one. 65,000 XP. We had this one on the 34. This one we had on the 55. Then you are 47. Can you use braid for marine leaders? Yes, you can. You have to be aware though. Braid snaps very fast, whereas the nylons will stretch a little bit more. But yes, you can use the braid for marine leaders. So, do I only have one line? It's like, now of course I can't make up those because they're not mine. Let's see. One question. I'll go and buy Poseidon Ultra and a Tiger LTD. Is that a good setup? Just be aware that the Tiger LTD, it's a good reel, but you don't have like you will come short on the really big fish. I would recommend you to take a look at. We got a video comparing 3 of the heavy reels. I don't have the LTD on there. I'll say that right at the bat. But it shows you the Triumph, the Imperial, and the Brelica. If you don't mind grinding, I would strongly recommend grinding up to the Brelica. Because when you hit a big fish, you are going to start seeing the shortcomings of the Tiger LTD. It's a good reel, but you need to know that it's not a... Yes, it's a heavy conventional reel, but it's not a heavy setup. You are going to be somewhere between a medium setup and a heavy setup. So when you hit something really big that starts running, you're not going to be able to deal with it. So as soon as you have something that you can't immediately lock up and force straight in, so when you start getting the really big swordfish and stuff like that, the LTD is going to come short. Mainly because of the lack of line length and the lack of friction break strength. The friction break is going to be the biggest deciding factor there. So it's a good reel, but it got shortcoming. So I would save up the money, but yeah, that's just me though. Let's see. I am using a, this is the setup I got. I get a Braille Line 21 liter for this one. Catching mini tench. We are not catching much tench at all. We are catching, let's see, I've gotten this of the regular tench. There's no of the exotic ones. How you doing, Chronic? Welcome. And thank you so much for the follow. We got all the alerts off today, since we're recording for YouTube as well. So just a heads up. Normally we have those on. Macros is still on the 34 on red and orange shrimps. Ooh, nice. Thank you, Phil. I was thinking about maybe farming that on the main. If I'm not just gonna buy them and go with the bottom rates. One of the strong reasons that I would recommend the Borelica is the durability of it and the sheer strength. Like it's not a fast reel, which is not why you have the conventional reels. You need the power. The amount of power in the Borelica is extreme when it comes to forcing in big fish, and it takes surprisingly little damage. Might try a different bait. Yeah. Thinking that I might rotate spots. Let's see what we did. Happy hour. 564. So about 250. 275 for happy hour. Not too shabby. You got 3 in 1 minutes. That's pretty active, yeah. Oh, didn't hear. You got a few rare tench on 5460 in last half hour. Nice. Does upgrading classic hair rig skill give that huge boost? You're thinking about the skill points. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it gives a little bit of a bonus and a chance to get bigger fish. We don't know how much it is, and it's the bonuses are so small that you need a really big pool of samples to figure out if there's actually any difference at all. And with the RNG in the game, it's almost impossible to even figure it out. Now, on the bait harvesting, when you're using the shovel, there is actually a test out on it. There is on the Kill This Jocks. Kiltus Jock spreadsheet, there is a page showing the difference with and without skill points. If that one translates into the other skills, the bonus is actually quite significant. So, when it comes to the fishing, it's almost impossible to run like accurate tests on it. I'm thinking this is better to have the skill points than not have them, if that makes sense. But skill points are fairly scarce in the game. So like we've assigned a few here. So like if you look at this one, we have invested 13 points in marine fishing and 3 in bottom fishing. These 3 are carried over. So with investing these points, you want to make sure that it's stuff that you generally going to be using. You want to make sure that it's stuff that you're going to be using going forward in a game. Actually, fillet rigs is linked as well. So yeah, we invested 13 points. So think twice. If it's something you like doing and something you think you're going to be doing a lot of, go ahead and invest the points. If you are going to do the bottom, like if bottom fishing is just a level up, so you can get better marine gear, or it's you primarily want to do spin fishing, but you're doing this for the trips, don't waste your points on it. Also keep in mind you got a free reset. Every account gets a free reset. But if you don't want to use this one early on. Like if I put 3 points and I'm like, oh shit, I don't like this and I need the points. Don't use your free reset now. Level up, play the game, have fun, and when you start getting a little bit higher up, maybe when you get to Norway or something like that, you then use the respec and sit down and think through properly ahead of time. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is where I want my skill points, and then you do it. For sea fishing, you need a good friction brake and 400 plus mech. The thing is, the friction brake is, it becomes important when you lock up the fish. It's the mechanism. Like when you lock up the fish, you need the strength of the reel, which means that you need a just recast this. Fighting the big fish, when you lock it up, that goes on the mechanism. And of course, your line will be 205 kilo max. So if you have 275 or 400, not a big difference. When you open the bail, or like when you open the friction brake and go to 29, on the Taiga, you have about 24 kilo resistance on a fish. On the Borelica, you have about 35. That's 11 kilo difference on strain that you're putting on the fish to tire out the fish. So as soon as the fish is too heavy and start running, that's when the friction brake comes into play. When you have it locked, it is the torque of the crank, like how much power does the reel give you to reel in that fish. So that's some of the stuff that you need to think about. And then you also have to think about the amount of damage that you put on the reel. A 400 plus mech will be way more durable, will last you way longer than a 275 mech. So I've had folks that have been praising the LTD because it's a good reel. Don't take me wrong, it's a good reel. But I've actually had folks, when they finally get into a little bit bigger fish, send me messages saying, help, what do I do? Because it works very well up to a certain point, and then you actually hit the brick wall. It's kind of the same thing. You're sitting there with a HSV. It works great up until a certain point, but then when you start getting into the bigger carps, you either want to go to a bigger 8,000 reel or a 10,000 reel. Kind of the same thing. So and one of the reasons that I'm saying, hey, think twice, because if you spend between 45 and 50,000, I can't remember the price off the top of my head though, but when you spend the money for a Taiga LTD, it's there. I'm gonna scroll down to find it here. Okay, so you have 42,000 for a Tiger LTD. If you buy that one, you basically have to start over again if you want to go to a higher reels. If you want to go up to the Barelicas and spend 86k, you are starting back at 0, saving up for that one, and then afterwards you're sitting there with a fairly expensive reel afterwards. So you basically like you bought something better and now it's sitting there. It's great reel if you think you have found a way to create the matrix. Yep. In my opinion, it's an expensive in between step. It's like, I'm not saying that it's wrong to buy the LTD. I just putting it out there so people know these things before they make that decision. There's a lot of folks spending running around with the LTDs, and yeah, in a sense, you've saved 50% of the cost from a Borelica. But it's not, you can't put those two side by side and say they're actually the same. And people get a little bit hung up with that. Oh, it's 275. It's more than enough to run a 205 setup. Yes, it is. You can run a 205 setup on it, no problem. A setup with the LTD versus a Borelica setup is going to be way different. Way different indeed. Even if you jump up to a Triumph, it's going to be a big difference on them. There is a big difference on the friction brakes. There's a big difference on the mechanisms. And of course, line is going to be a big thing as well. And it's not going to show the difference on a trophy COD. It's not going to show the difference, or it's probably not going to show a big difference on an 150 Greenland shark. Run into a 300 kilo swordfish, you're going to see the world of difference. And I know there's always this one-off fish. You can get a 300 kilo swordfish that bites right under the boat. It's one of the lazy ones. It's not going to give you much of a fight. But then you get the bastard that's not so calm. So they do show up every now and then. And put that out there, I've been spooled big time on the Borelica as well. We've gotten like crushed on the Borelica. But even with that, we still haven't had to repair the Borelica. So that's also an important piece of that whole equation. Blue or red pill? Make it simple, take both. But yeah, there is a reason that things cost differently in this game. Like, there's some things that are overpriced, yes, but like Mal said, there's no way to really fool the system. There's a reason that it's half the price. Exactly, Phil. The way presented, the closer you're on the friction brake and mech, more often you have to repair it. That's 100% correct. And like, if you're running a LTD, 275 kilos with a 25%, you're down to 206. So 206 kilo on 20% mechanism, and I'm about that on my my Borelica. Borelica got 450. What was the number of the Borelica here? I think I got it. Yeah, so it's 450. It's above 450. And I'm down to 375. 337 at this point. Ish. So with 450 friction brake, or sorry, mechanism, 25% damage, you're down to 337 kilos. I can still run that without repairing it. Oh, it's actually upgraded 666. Oh yeah, 405. Jeebus. 450 is the one below. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the numbers on that. I just saw 450. I've seen 450 on the 30. My bad. So yeah, so I'm down to 499. Now, if you look if you guys look in Discord, Moss put together a massive repair guide. It's it shows like a lot of the details on when you should repair, what the consequences of not repairing, like all the bits and pieces. Like it's massive, so it's a good read. Strongly recommend reading through that post. So going above 50 is never a good idea. I've done it quite a bit of, like quite often I do that to save money and whatnot, but there is a risk involved in going too high over 50 on gear. Turns out there is actually a mechanism in the game where like things can just spontaneously like snap when you pass 50. Stuff from like when we've been digging through info, it turns out that there has actually been statements about that. I never had it happen, but there's a technical problem for that. Just the number of the devil. Yeah. Make it the school teacher. Must be the better. Oh no, yeah, just read the guide in there. Okay, well, farm for Borelica. Yep. It is a bit of a grind. It is. A full setup. I think it's between 135 and or like 100, 135 and 145 is kind of where you need to be. Yeah, it's around 140. Yeah. Borelica is only to 17.4 gold. Yeah, and today I have a special service. Like if you pay me 250 gold, I'll buy the Borelica for you. That was bad. Okay, I wonder if I should try. I'm gonna. Yeah, we've been here for a bit. We're 550. I'm gonna walk across and try the one on the other side here. Is the 5460, is that slow or is it I know you guys been getting the AK over there, but what else do we get? Is it slow bite rate or that's 97 million Russian rubles? You're gonna have to rob a bank to get to try. You can't buy the electronic instead. Yeah, that's true. That's only $434. So 326 euros. That's a bargain. I think you could buy a reel like that in real life for less. That's true. Priced in Russia with no scruple. Just punch very slow. Okay. Now the pricing in the game is pretty high, and but we actually see this in a lot of games. The games out now is that's a different species. Nice. So we're missing 2 species on the qualification. There goes the R&D. No, but like games in general have always priced things a little bit crazy. Microtransactions have actually been pretty nuts at times. I did look up a electric reel. It's actually not too crazy. The cost of it. The problem is, it's a way smaller way smaller reel than what we got in the game. So I haven't found any like good comparisons to those, but talk about getting rid of the cold replacing it with currents of kidneys. Oh my god, yeah. Jesus. That would be an arm and a leg. Confusing you with Mexican fishing for. Jesus. Ooh. The Tority spinning reels. Nice. Those look nice. To buy your own ice bath. Jesus. Oh my god. Hey! He got the orange one. Very nice. He showed up eventually. Imagine having to buy your own ice bath to do the procedure. Oh, it's been real. Oh my god. Oh. How the hell did we spiral into this one? The chat works in insane ways. Yeah. The funny thing is, normally it just takes one little comment and then we just spiral off, and all of a sudden, like 30 minutes later, yeah, God knows where we land. The kidney, how do you say that? Cornice? Okay, you can spare one of each. Never have to. Grease for luxury. Oh my god. Oh my god. We don't pay for this. That's a good deal. Yeah. Thanks for the help. Anytime. Anytime. So, like we always say, feel free to jump in Discord, stream, in-game chat, whatever. Just pop up questions. If I'm not on, there's always someone else that can help out. Oh, fish got away. No way. Damn it. Yes, we are using singing boilies. That's the only thing we utilize. When you get a copper, well, since we have no skill whatsoever, we bought the book, which gives us Herrig. So we're using blackcurrant sinking. So we got double blackcurrant, 10. We got neutral pellets, 8, and blackcurrant, 10. And on the last one, we're using just plain blackcurrant, 12. $20 mackerels and 1 herring in 28 minutes? That's not bad. Miss the old days where you could trade gold bait for reels and rods with the Russian and Chinese players. Yep. The problem with that one is, well, people were underbuying the game itself, and when you can actually grind up for things in game, that means that it's more lucrative to cheat, hack, and use bots to acquire the stuff on both sides. First, one side is that it's lucrative for folks to like grind up silver to buy these things and then to sell them. And there was too much stuff going on outside of the game. People started using like real money and buying silver grinded items. So you have real money trading is one side of it. Then you had bots and shit digging up the gold bait. So it kind of you get the real money trading and you get all the problems that comes with real money trading, and no online games really want that taking place, especially not outside of their control. Yes, one, it robs them from profit, but also whenever there's something wrong, people will turn to the game developers to fix it. So when people got scammed, they turned to RF4 and expected RF4 to clean up the mess. So just altogether, I 100% understand why they plug that hole. Bjorn won't buy them off you. That would be fun if we actually had, like, that's one thing that I really like with the Fisher Online. You can grind bait and you can sell it into the market. It goes into a pool and people can buy it. So it would be really fun to have that mechanic in, that you could actually go and grind up for the live bait and other baits for that matters. You can sell them into like call it a flea market or something like that. The game sets the price that you can sell it for, and now it's in the pot of like stuff that people can buy. I know they're trying to sell these things with gold, but it would be a really, really good addition to the game if they could actually do that. Because it would actually give people something to do, like, and make it so that you make a little bit more money, because now you're crafting the stuff and now you're selling it. Add a few percent to the sell price could be actually really, really fun. Another way for people to make a little bit of extra money. Yeah, fish just randomly getting away, that happens. It also happens in real life, but holding control and right-clicking a couple of times to set the hook normally give you a little bit higher chance to not lose the fish. Now, some people don't believe in that method and think it's just waste of time. So like this. So some people don't use it at all. I use it a little bit. Ooh, getting bigger. And some people are actually doing it every minute or half a minute when they're reeling in a fish. So test it out and see if it works for you. The good set price is 10-15 more for that than for just buying it from RF4. Well, then it will be gold, of course, because they're selling it for gold right now. But it would be nice to have like a silver market. You can't expect them to actually give us a gold market. That's not going to happen. So we can't sell things to get gold out of it. I'm pretty damn sure never going to happen. But silver prices, I think it could be a cool addition. Also, yeah, the Fisher Online's clubs, the team system in the Fisher Online is pretty cool. You can actually level up the team and whatnot. So I like that aspect of it. Too bad the game can't hold my interest. But it might take a very long time for you to sell it as the pool instead of people competing to sell it cheaper. That's why you can't. That's why you can't have the player base set the prices. It has to be a game controlled market. Pitch Angus, hello, how are you doing? You can't have like. There's too many games that have set up a player-driven economy, and that is never working. It's always causing problems. I don't think I've ever seen a player-driven market in a game that actually gone over well. Diablo 3 almost broke their own game by an auction house. Escape from Tarkov fucked up their game, and they're like in the 20th iteration of their flea market. It's never been a good idea. I don't even think they should let it be arranged. You can sell it into this price, and it will go into the pool and everyone can fight for the same thing. It cannot be a player driven. Even with I see what you're saying with the range. BDO has that and it kind of works. But the problem is as well, small things fucks up that system. Hey, Azaria, how you doing? I feel like the player-driven market in Eve has been one of the best, most interesting thing in the game. I haven't looked at Eve's system in a long time. I'm pretty sure it's controlled to some extent, though. But yeah, Eve is kind of like a little bit of its own little beast. That game is just nuts. In a good way, I should say. Finally a black ruff? Nice. How big was it? How's the spot for you today? Was slow for you yesterday? It's not been too shabby. We don't have, of course, we don't have PVA. And we are basically skilled to be here. It's not too shabby. Not a ton of money, but yeah, it's like we are level 24 and don't have skill points. So bought the book though, so we have the rigs. You can shake your think about logging in. I have two buddies that's been poking back at it. And they've been telling me about it, and I'm like, it's itching to log in, but I'm also a little bit afraid. Albion Online, a good player-driven economy. All right, I haven't looked at Albion. Actually, I used I used their graphics for some development project a while back just to test out things, but I haven't really played it. Totally no life game. Yep. Yeah, good. There's not too many of those out there. I'm just playing two of them. Freaking, I don't need a third. Well, the no life part of these two games that I'm playing is mainly my choice. Did a 2x silver event? I can pretty much guarantee that that will not happen. But yeah, it would be fun. I hate these events, by the way. I totally 100% hate them in every single game that I played when there is like a double event or a increased event, or I just it never ever turns into something positive. I don't think I've seen one of these events actually be positive. Either your RNG goes to shits and it's just gonna be, you're gonna sit there with a feeling that this is kind of like just a waste. Exactly. 4x less fish. It turns into a negative event. And what I'm trying to show with this run is that if you're a low level player in this game and you run like crazy with this event, you level up, yes. You get skill points, yes. But what I said again this morning, without spending the gold to get the books, I couldn't have done anything. Like after I was done, I could go down and buy myself a couple of starter kits and start fishing the small fish again. So you go from sitting there fishing 400 plus silver per hour on Norway, 4, 5, 6, 700 silver per hour, and you have to go down and start playing on the lower level maps again as a level 24 player. And you're sitting there and you can barely make 100 silver an hour. So it turns into a negative thing It's fun right there and then, but then it turns into a negative thing. So if you have good success with it, it turns into negative. If you don't have good success with it, it's negative because you were catching good fish ahead of time. The event starts and you're not catching. And I've seen the same thing in, like I said, I'm playing BDO on the side as well. And ooh, what did we do? Oh, we got 45. Cool. In BDO, they're doing this increased drop events. So there's like a double chance to get the rare items. You have 300% loot chance. You go in and you're actually getting less than you did without the event. So it turns out that it's a negative thing. You're spending the same amount of time and you're getting less, but you're supposed, like the event says, that you're going to get 300% more. So it turns really, really negative. So, all right, guys, I need to refill my coffee and have a short little break. So give me a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Fresh coffee. It's one of those. We're catching fish, but could we do better? It's kind of spooky in the game. Like if you're on fish, it's always scary to like move away from it because you might be spending a lot of time on spots that are dead and coming back to it and might actually have died. So did notice one thing on Norway though. It's like when doing that yesterday. I think when doing the 5-day trips, it's a smart move to halfway into it do a reboot. Or sorry, restart. So just restart a game halfway into it. You lose a little bit of time driving back out, but one, it gives you a chance to check the orders and capitalize on that a little bit. And second of all, it also kind of resets things. So but yeah, back to the whole economy thing. I think it could be a good addition if we could sell like some small crafted stuff. But it it is a danger that it's if you can make silver out of it, it kind of quickly pushes to where people might start automating it again. And that's kind of what they're trying to do. I've been trying to get away from. So 3 kilo commons, 4 kilo mirrors. So where are you at, Moss? Are you on down in the south? Yeah, we've been here 147. Oh. Amish land. Okay, what's my opinion about the Venga versus Goliath versus Tyrion? People, you asked that you should go Venga, but I feel like I regretted not getting Tyrion if I plan to go after Lugas in the future. All right. Disclaimer, first of all, I've never tried the Tyrion. I haven't gotten it yet, so as soon as I get it, I'll test it out and see how it is. But one thing I can say, Venga, you will not go wrong with. That's number one. Goliath, you will go wrong with. I hate the Goliath. It is way too slow. It's not fun to fight big fish on it, especially if you're in a boat. Of course, if you're fishing lugas and sturgeon and things, you can walk backwards. But like from my taste, I do not like the Goliath. It is too slow when you have load on it. The line length is amazing though. So if you're sitting with a 60 kilo setup on Norway, you have 1100 meters of line. So the line length is good. 120 mechanism, so that's a good. Now, the Venga is enough for lugas. And the reason I'm saying this is Venga has a 31 friction brake. Turion has a 36. There's only 5 kilos in between. Could be significant in certain cases, but gotta get back to that in a bit. Now, when it comes to the mechanism on them, that's where the biggest difference is going to be. Basically, mechanism and line length. Mechanism on a Venga is about 99. Mechanism on a Turion is 127. What it means, of course, is that you can technically run a 110 setup with a Turion, but the strongest rod you're going to have is 80 kilo. The TI is going to be 80 kilos. So you will not really be, like, you won't be safe running a 110 line. Your rod is in danger. So for belugas, sturge, running 110 over like 74 or 80 kilo is not going to give you anything difference because the rod will break at the same strength anyway. Now, line length on beluga, if you're outside of that like S bend that we have in tuba, if you're in the open channels, that extra line is going to make a difference. It's going to be easier for you to fight over longer distances, but tuba is dangerous with there's so many nooks and crannies where the fish can go. If you let the fish out more than a couple of 100 meters, you're going to lose that fish anyway, because you're not going to be able to drag it over land. So, price-wise, Venga is a good choice. It gets the job done on Norway up to 60 kilos. You can fish belugas, you can fish catfish with it, you can fish sturge. You can fish pretty much everything that you find on tuba with it. It's also a good reel to use for trolling and casting with a heavy setup. So if you're going to go jigging for catfish, it's a good. If you're going to go, like I'm using it for spin fishing on Yama, I'm trolling with it on LA. So it's a really good reel. And quite a few people are using that on their 60 kilo setup, like starter setups on Norway. Now, the extra 20, what is it, 23, it's 24,000. So extra 24,000 you put into a Turion, get a lot of line length, and a little bit stronger mechanism. Line length, of course, is going to help you out. 100% going to be worth it. Especially when you start running into like big fish and you need to like chase the fish down. And the extra friction brake is going to be good if you cannot lock up. When you need to like use your friction brake, so set it to 29 and let the fish run. Those 5 extra kilos means you're going to tire out the fish a little bit more, a little bit faster. So it will shorten down your fights a little bit. But it comes to the cost of basically 24,000. So you pay 1,000 per, yeah. 24,000 extra basically. So that's it's something. I've heard a lot of good about the Turion. So I don't think you will go wrong with it, but it's a little bit more money. If you're gonna do 3 setups, you have to think though that's 60,000 extra. Yeah, the extra line length is gonna make a difference. When you start getting things that runs. That's the second 26 we get. But yeah, I know that people that have Goliath tend to say, okay, well, we've been using it a bit, we're starting to get used to it, and like it's not that all bad. Like I'm using it, but I really wish I bought the Turion instead. or bought something else, because I'm not happy with the Goliath, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind on that. It was a stupid buy. I shouldn't have paid 39,000 for it. I wouldn't do it again. So you pay about 1,000 per extra mech kilo. You could run 110 when spin fishing and going for like catfish on jigs. So it's I think the Turion might be worth it. But it is a big step compared to the Venga 10,000s. So if it's mainly for bottom fishing, I think I would say that Vengas are gonna get get the job done. But if money is no option, go with the Turions. I kind of feel I need to get my hands on a Turion now and make a comparison video between the Venga, Goliath, and Turion. It would actually be a fun video, but it takes a long time, but it would be a fun one to make, I think. But if I've caught on Norway, reels in like 2 to 4 minutes on the Venga, yep. It is going to be it's going to be a stronger one. Now, the thing is, the numbers speaks a little bit. So you have 5.8 to 1 on Goliath, you have 4.4 to 1 on the Turion. The ratios doesn't really match correctly when you go between like the different spools, but per definition, Turion is going to be better than both the Goliath and Vanguard when you look at the numbers, but it doesn't really show you how they operate under load. So unless you test them, it's very difficult based on the numbers to say one over the other. But yeah, one thing I definitely can say is the Goliath is definitely not something I would recommend. Your trip to Copper is stone dead. Have you tried this spot with this setup? And we are also using a blackcurrant biscuit blackcurrant feed pellets 5 and 8, a blackcurrant 10 crushed, and a blackcurrant attractant. So we are using this one as well. Goliath is slower than you running up 100 stairs. Yeah, it is terrible, especially when you get load on it. Venga's your first loves, you'll never let it go. Vengas are so versatile, they're really, really good. And they're fairly fast. Oh, the tambourine. Some of the big ones. I actually hate that noise. I don't know why. I actually do hate it. Leaning more Victoria on the sea. When you hit something stupid on the sea, you want that extra line length. That is just 100%. I got the that's another video that we actually should push up there. We ran into, like fishing for mackerels, we We went with an 80 kilo setup just for mackerels, of course. We hit 100+ kilo basking shark. It took me out. It redlined me on the line. So we went out with a full 111, actually 1,110 meters of line were out. And we actually managed to turn the fish around and landed it eventually. It's the sheer line length made us enabled us to do this. So yes, I would definitely say if you're going to use this for like a smaller setup, and with the mechanism you can actually go, you can go a 110 setup on Norway. So if you have a medium boat rod, you can actually use the Turion for it. Of course, without having 2 gears on it, it's gonna be heavy to reel in a big fish. Like I said, we had 100+ kilo basking shark. I can't remember exact the weight. It's on the wall of my main account. But the point is, with the line length, you can actually do those kind of things. If that was a Venga, it would have been over. If it was a Regal, it would have been over even faster. So I think the Turion should be a good contender for Norway. You need to hit the tambourine 13 times though? Yeah, okay, well I'll just sit here without fish then. You were there, yeah. You guys were there, that's true. So never give up, never give in. No Alt F4. Hey Trontas, how you doing? Not doing 5-day trips no more? Yes, we are doing 5-day trips still. We've done 3 on Norway. I did one off stream last night, and now we're doing a 5-day trip to Copper Lake. So we're still doing 5-day trips. You are limited to 3 trips to Norway. So you can do 3 trips to Norway and 3 trips to Copper Lake. So the 3rd trip on Norway brought us up to level 24. We have 88 fish in 2 hours. Where are you? You're? Hey, it's F1. Nice. That's a 3 trip limit. They have, okay, when Norway came out, it was free for, like, you could go as many trips as you wanted before you hit level 34. Now they've listened and figured, okay, that this is actually not smart. So they enable it for everyone, but it's limited to 3 trips. When they brought out the patch where we got the Borelica, they reset it so people got 3 trips. And I think, help me guys, did they do this twice? I think they reset it twice. But at least it's been reset once. So like if you spent your 3 trips, you got a new limit. And I think that was when Borelica came out. So it is, per definition, is 3 permanently. But yeah, they've had a few times where they've said, okay, you know what, we'll reset the limit. But then of course, as soon as you hit level 34 and you buy the gear, you can go there as much as you want. But yeah, that is the paid trips. Complete novice on the sea fishing. What does the gears on the conventional reels do? All right, so what it does, you will see on the conventional reels that has a 2S attached to their name. I'm actually going to go and check our silver. So let me show you in the store at the same time. What it does, it allows you to down gear. You will reel slower, but with way more torque. So when you feel like, when you're sitting there with a let's say a Venga or a like any reel, when you get a fish that's too heavy and it stops you, so you can't really reel, by hitting control space, you downshift it to a lower gear ratio, which gives you more torque. so you can actually reel in the line faster. So if we look at the Regal, which is one of the earlier reels that you can get, it's a 6.4 to 1 with a 3.8 to 1. This will give you way more torque. So when you hit shift space, it will down gear, and now you use that lower torque. It will reel way slower, but you can move mountains with it. And there's a good handful of actually got that one. 33. Let me just check that quickly. Tunch. So we sell that. So that is basically $50. And we got this one. So we got $600 this far. But yeah, so 3 trips, total of 15 hours. We jumped 24 levels on that. So it's something to like. It would be a little bit overkill if they let us do this indefinitely, because there is no risk involved with those trips. If you break your rod that you got from the game, like with the one with the plane on it, you get it back right away. If you use the lures that has an airplane on them, if you get bit off, you get it back in the inventory right away. Yesterday I got bit off, lost the plastic and and fish I had on, but the leader was back on the rod, so you get everything back right away. So it's a bit overpowered since you have basically no risk involved. So leveling the best deal would be to buy Norway from beginning and use 3 trips to get silver for some basic setups. Yeah, it's that's something you can do, but of course it is fairly expensive to buy Norway, gold wise, and you will need quite a bit of money to like. I think you could technically get something. Let's see here. Let me just quickly check. I don't think you're too far off after doing the trips, actually, because like I screwed around a little bit, and I was like, if we hadn't been sitting on if we haven't been sitting on the 120 the amount of time, and like yesterday, if I hadn't like started running around looking for fish, if I were like min-maxing a little bit more, we could probably have gotten a setup with a Regal. Nope, we couldn't. Regal is 8,000. So the problem is going to be the reel. Getting a reel that you can definitely go. But we were looking at I think it was the Hamra LW20. Yeah, it's low on mechanism. Where's the Regal at? The Regal is 16. So there's 11 friction brake and it's 45 mechanism. So you could run it on the Saltmaster offshore. So that's going to be 3,000 plus the offshore is going to be yeah, we could definitely get that. So we could have definitely gotten the Saltmaster offshore 88 and maybe the Hamra 20. Might even get the 30. Very slow, not too much line, but you can actually get it done. You could technically do it. There's a few rails that we could have afforded. So yeah, if you really wanted to like stay on Norway and didn't mind spending the silver, or sorry, spending the gold, you could definitely do that. Min-maxing a little bit more than I did, and like if you buy the map, you could actually stay on the map and check the orders for a little bit longer and be a little bit more dynamic in it. So and it would cost you 22.9. So nope. my bad. It's not 22.9. It's 32.9. So, yeah. That's pretty much $60. Depending on what package you buy, though. But if you go... oh, it's more than that. 87 plus... Wait. What did I say? 39. What did I say? 32. Okay, I looked at the wrong one. So, 36 plus 18. So yeah. $54 or 54 gold. Yeah, $54. Yeah, not too shabby. But yeah, that's real money you have to fork out. So $50, $55 for unlimited access. So it's a lot of money to pay for like a DLC map, basically. So Flunka, hello. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? You get a rod broken in your stats, I assume that's the downside. Yeah, that's always the downside if you break something. See, Commander, let's see. Why can't I type? Commander G660. Yeah, so you went with spinning 6,000 reel? Yeah. There's a ton of different setups that you can use early on. And like it's not going to make too big of a difference on the really, really light stuff, because if you get something big, you're going to be shredded anyway. And you have two choices. Either make sure you like can break up the leader, or you alt F4. That's kind of what you got. Because on the really, really small setups, you're not going to be able to fight them anyway. So... So basically, the unlimited access to Norway without any of the gear is going to be like the same as a AAA title would cost in Norway. It's like if you buy the newest Call of Duty or anything, it's going to be, well, actually they are even more expensive now, but it's about that time the price what a normal game comes out at. So. Okay, first of all, the bottom light records, there's a high, like really high competition on that for at the moment. So getting the records, it's not gonna be easy. That said, I'm using the Bestia 3000 myself, and I love it. Absolutely, 100% love it. It's a lot of fun. You have very little line on them. Like you have 100 meters of line for most setups. But I love the reel. It's very nice. And the spot on the map is right here. Nope, not cut and spool on it yet. So I've been using it here. I've been using it on... I was using it for Black Sea Kudum. Trust me, at some point, I'm using clip 7. And I'm standing like right here. So I've been using it, like I said, like Black Sea Kudum. I've been using it here. We've been using it in a few other places. So not been spooled yet. But you can't fish like you do with other things. Like you can't just cast out and walk away. If you get something big, they can spool you. And you need to like react. If you need to position yourself, you have to react. You can't just sit there and sleep. Can I ask you to check how much left this time on edible crab on Norway? Yes, of course I can do that. We are close to base, so before I move, that is an easy one. Norway. Absolutely nothing left. This is what's on records. But yeah, we got Pollock in there, you got Eelpout. Now we're getting the stuff that I could need last night. I had the Pollocks, I had the Eelpout, I had the Mussels, I had the Mackies, I had the European Place. Damn it. This is the good thing with standing on the 34 meter. Damn, that would have been a lot of money. That's also the downside with the trips. When you log out after doing trips, you if you log out, you can't get back in. So you have to sell your fish before you disconnect. So very important for those doing the trips. When you are done at the ocean and you get the message that your trip is over, drive the boat back to base. You cannot relog because you will not get back into the map, and you will have to sell on a lower map, which will lose you money, and you can't access the cafe. So that's very, very important. Skull is still in there. Yeah, it had like 500 hours yesterday when it came in. So it's the trophy orders normally stay for anything from 24 to 36 hours, sometimes as much as 48. And there's always 2 trophy orders, and well, never more than 2. So if you have a trophy in your inventory that you want to like wait and see if you want to wait and see if the trophy order comes like rotates in. If there's 2 orders and they are close to 24 hours and you know you're not going to be on after that or like in time, you can just go ahead and sell. And of course, if there's 24 plus, you can just sell the fish because there won't be another trophy order in time. We're constantly getting fish. I was considering moving, but getting the F1s. Okay, what are we actually getting the F1s on here? Let's see where I think we're getting them on everything. I'm not sure if we should move or just stay. I think the best bet on the lower account is the F1s. As long as we're getting them. Okay. Blackcurrant, 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 neutral, spicy pineapple, blackcurrant. See, it's a bit kid from Bjorn Worth It. Told 180 baits, but 5 gold has given you a lot of boat tickets. I don't think it's really worth. Like if you're gonna like put the $5 like 5 gold into it, normally you need 1 or 2 of those. We've been using it for giveaways because it's a really good way to give something back, to like giving out something to people. It's it gives you like a sampling pack of everything. So it's really good. Like when you get it handed to you, and like it's awesome because it's free. Normally, you're gonna need one of those baits. You are you're going to the 250 or sorry, 215 to target something, and you want some nearest and lugworms. You go and fish for the flatfish. You want those same things. Every now and then we use the scallops, we use the squid and whatnot. You're better off getting the boat tickets, like you said, grinding the silver and buying yourself a good stack of nares and lugworm. And if you I would rather use the gold if you're going to use the dead bait. I think that bait pack is really cool for streamers to use for giveaways and stuff like that and prizes, but it's a little bit of the same with these things that I have on the other account. It's the same thing with these the lure packages and stuff you get for the Christmas event. They're really cool. It would be really nice for a streamer to be able to buy those and give them away, but as a player, you normally need one of those lures. It's nice to have them all in a set, but you need one. Tea is the best gift for you, or coffee. Yep. So yeah, are they cool? Yeah, they're hella cool. I love those bait kits, but I would rather spend my gold on, like, if it was for like my main account, my own account, I would buy boat tickets or individual baits, or I would go and buy like dead baits or live bait. It's kind of what I would spend that gold on if you're going to go for bait. So let's say you're running out of if you're running out of mole crickets, go and buy yourself bait. For that, if you're running out, like you need bait fish and you don't really want to spend the 2 hours to get them, so. Oh yes, the boat tickets on Norway currently with the discount is probably your best return of investment when it comes to like gold to silver ratio. First of all, you save the money for the ticket. So for a 5-day ticket, and actually it's the best bang for your buck is buying 5-day tickets, by the way. So if you buy 5-day tickets, you save 400 silver. But then on the other side, you actually make, you have a potential to make 2,500. If you kind of consider like an average on Norway is like 500 silver an hour type deal. So it's by far the best bang for your bucks gold to silver ratio. Yeah, like Mal said, we're using 7-clip on the spot. Okay, I'm gonna check and see. I'm gonna check and see what else these have been coming out on. Let me just see if I actually. We probably need a link. Okay, I'm using this one right here for those that don't know it. That page is pretty damn cool. You can search up. You can basically search in weeklies. They are farming the weeklies on interval. So throughout the week, they are picking up all the weeklies that goes into the game, and you can basically do filtering and search for what map you want to go for, what kind of fish you want to go for, and kind of get an overview of what things have been biting on throughout the week. Let's see, Copper Lake, and we need to look at the F1. I'm just gonna see if there's other baits that have been active. I'm gonna look at the last day only for all regions. Holy smokes, there's a lot of so black currant, flavored purple, Tutti Frutti has been a few. Neutral pellets and spicy pineapple. It looks like the black currant is by far the best. Of course, the flavor purple is the one that lead in the back. Yeah, other regions is basically blackcurrant. So we've been here 2.5 hours. Need to keep an eye on the net so we don't fill the net. Using the yellow blackcurrant, not bad at all. Cool. Yeah, we are only freaking 13.5% away for being allowed to use those. Been off RF4 lately, playing games with friends. When I go on RF4, I get tired instantly. The danger with this game is that if you push something way too hard, you kind of burn yourself out on it. And we see a lot of folks doing that. Like they get hung up on wanting to um they want to unlock something or achieve something. Either you're going way too hard on one set fish, you want to level up to get to Norway. You want to like make sure you get to 75 or 100% on Norway. You want to like try to get 100% of bottom fishing, and you uber focus on it, and you do that too much. I'm not saying that that necessarily what's happened to you, but it's one of the things that's easy to run into. And I've seen so many people that's like, oh, I'm gonna get to 100% of Norway. They fight and fight and fight, and all of a sudden they like get there and they're done. They can't even muster the energy to sit down and pick out the gear that they want to buy. And uh, I've seen people get to 100%. They need to take a 2-3 weeks break. They come back to the game, they fish a little bit, and they're gone again. Come back and fish a little bit, and they're gone again. So, and and I got to the point myself a couple of years ago where we took almost a year break from the game. Kind of ran into like a brick wall. We kind of didn't have fun with it, and so we took a break. Um, I've had a few times here, like I've taken a week where I've played less. Um, One good way to get away from that and get out of that one is if you're still enjoying the game, start with fishing things that you can do AFK based. So do a little bit of bottom fishing, get a setup that's simple, not too much work to get it together. Something that's half active, cast out, and just sit there and wait, and play something on the side if you have a computer that allows you to do that. Either play it on the same computer or something different, or like have the rods in the water while you're sitting there playing on your Xbox or whatever you have. It gives you a little bit of progress. It keeps you in the game, and you like, but still you kind of take a break on it. So I switch between this quite a bit. Like I can sit here and like fish an entire day on something that's fairly slow. Like when I was hunting the black buffaloes, when I was hunting the Black Sea Kutum, I easily had 12, 17 hours in the game per day. But of course, I wasn't sitting here like this all the time. I was basically casting out. I was making dinner. I was playing some games with my kid, helping with the homeworks, doing things around the house. You can do those kind of things while still fishing. Now, with spin fishing, with Norway, with trolling, you can't do those kind of things. So, yeah, probably like that with the Venga. Yep. And of course, we also have the team comp on top of that. So that's another thing. That's competitions is something that every now and then we've seen that has burned people out because they are doing way too much out of it. Oh my god, I'm playing RF4 right screen on live and streaming my feed on OnlyFans. Thing requests of what the viewers want. Yep, yep. Um, I knew it, and that's why he's actually like every now and then he's a little bit slow on answering, and that's because he's busy. But yeah, hands tied up and all that shit. Boomer Stim. Team comps are fun if you don't go too crazy. Some people even don't even sleep from Saturday to Sunday for those. That's a bit too much. I agree. I totally agree. Like some people go way too hard on it and go too nuts. But that said, some of those team comps is the most fun that we've have in the game. And if you make sure you make it all about the social aspect and having fun with the team more than the ultimate Uber grind. Oh, it's the beat I'm looking at. Ouch. So, you're the peanut butter. Holy shit. We talked about this earlier, guys. This one little comment that just makes everything spiral, right? Oh, that was like the um, the team comps is actually way fun. Um, and building the team and the relationships in the game and everything with things like that. Oh, linear card. That was the last one for the qualification. Cool. We should have gotten a little bonus for that, I think. When did I learn Piggies on a muscle? That means. Holy man, that is nuts. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna leave that one there for a second. We are at 2 hours 30 minutes, so we're halfway. We're gonna move. We are gonna move, but I'm just gonna empty my net so we don't move with the full net here. We already sold for 50 in the cafe. That is it. Yeah. So that's 50 plus we got 685. So 730, 735. These pays really well. Ebus. All right. let's get rid of those. No, it's not bad. It's actually a 675 for does it 735? Yeah, 735. It's not bad for the time spent. Would have been twice that with pop-ups, yeah. But like that's the thing. This is the first like almost full net. J to remove. Yeah. The first net with bottom fishing. So and wait, there it is. We're at 46.5. So 6.5%. Not too bad for the net. Before risk. Straight out-ish. Yep. And we are gonna use this is pineapple, right, Moss? I think that was the pineapple setup. What the heck was the clip on this thing? 11 or 12. Keep forgetting that the aim is off. What is your kilo basking on 41 on foams? Nice. Do you use ground bait when fishing on copper on alt account? Yes. We are using these things. We're casting up by hand. So this is a new bait, new mix for this one. So we're gonna use corn, pineapple, tropical pineapple, and spicy pineapple. So basically the same as we've been using for oh, that oh, different boilies and stuff. Just I think 50. About it. How much was that? 3 more. You have something for me? You said you will give when you had premium? Oh? Damn, it must be the age. How many ground beds can you throw before it's overfeeding? Looks like the magic number is 15. So I tend to not go over 10. So normally I do do 10 with casting out by hand, 10 with slingshot. If I use a rocket feeder, at 5 portions, well, I will cast twice. At 10 portions, I will cast once. It's per hour basically. Now, not exactly 1 hour. The duration, when you click on the ground bait, it will say the duration that it will last, and it's different. So it's not 16 hours for every single one. So with a 16 to 19 hour, I cast out 10 every half an hour ish. So every 30 minutes real life. Oh, you sent it. All right, well, I'll I'll check on my main account. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'll take a look later. So, basically, I do 10 portions every half an hour. If yeah, it's a little bit before it like expires, but it seems to be working. If you like, sometimes even throwing out 15 is okay, but if you go way over that, it can die. I've also seen it die on hitting 15, so I tend to stay a little bit away from it. Open sector. Ooh, are you gonna start the Egdo war again? Nothing like coming back to your account and finding 10,000 Egdo in your inbox. Yeah. Something I wanted to buy. Oh, did we talk about the chair? Is that it? Z? Not not that old anyway. After all. Oh, I was just about to recast that one. But we didn't. Okay, send some. It never fails. If someone says Egdo, it's on. So yeah, if you stay around 10, like ideally, if you're gonna feed up a spot, here is what they like. If you're gonna do it like all out, here's what you want to do. You want to have your rod set up with a PVA on it. You load up a rocket with the same dry mix, or at least similar. You don't want to like mix too many different flavors and whatnot, so like you try to keep them the same. So you cast out with the same clip as your rods. The way that this game works is that everything disperses. Like the second that you hit the water is when it disperses. It's not like it sinks down and it like starts like slowly propagating or something like that. It is where you hit the water. So you want to run the same clip. So you cast out, and if you have a 5 portions, you do 2 casts. Sometimes I leave the rocket in the water when I cast out on top of the hour. When I do it like if I cast out at 12, I cast out, I leave it in the water. Half an hour later, so at 12:30, like real life time, you recast, but you leave it out of the water. That way I know that, okay, it was 30 that I casted lost. If it's in the water, it's at top of the hour. And then you do 2 to 3 casts with the Cobra using the same boilies that you're using on your rods with the same clip. So that's kind of like how you want to do like proper feeding. I made sure to stay away from the rocket feeder almost the last year. I'm using it every now and then, just a little bit, but I'm not doing like the full feeding with the rocket no more, because there was a bug in the game where actually the rocket feeder with dry mix killed the spots, and every now and then I feel that I have the same effect, that when I use the rocket feeder, I'm having issues on my account. I know it works for others, but every now and then it feels like it kills the spots, so I just stayed away from it. But if you don't have PVA, I would strongly recommend getting like, first of all, get a slingshot. As soon as you can use a slingshot, getting one of those, they're like 300 silver or something like that. They're well worth it. And then when you can get the spot, buy yourself either use your feeder rod. Like if you have one of the carp rods, you can use those as a feeder, like as a spot rod. But if not, buy yourself one of the cheapest spot rods, and you can run those with a spark. And then use those. It's well worth it. What is the best silver farm right now? It depends a little bit on what you got, what kind of level you are, and what kind of gear you got, and what kind of map you're thinking about. I think right now this one right here, right next to this dock here, is going to be a really good one if you have the gear. Not the most exciting fish. Like, you got a lot of F1s, but okay. So on copper, I would say right next to the dock there that we were just at. For Norway, 34, 34 and 41, alternating between those two. Start with 34, and when it dies off, go to 41. And when that one starts slowing down, you go back again. Just using tiny fish 4007 and using the quicker as well. 4007. Actually got them in the inventory. So this quicker and this tiny fish. Those two. Actually, not this one. This one. 4.5 007 and 4007. Those two. 34, 41. Very good money. And yeah, like I said, this one right here. If you got the gear for those two, it's probably gonna be some of the best grinding spots for you. Yama can also be really good, but it's a little bit more intensive on gear, because you might want to have 3 match rods to fully capitalize on that. Those are just the one that I know off top of my head, though. There can of course be others. Yama has been really good for match. I haven't tried it last couple of days. I think it was like earlier this week we tried it a little bit. So I am not 100% sure how active it is. But normally Yama can be really, really good with that. So I think it's worth a try if you can find a spot. A good session with 4507 and Honeyfish. Yep. I last couple of days I've done my happy hour on my main account before stream. Today I was just too tired. I was sitting here too late last night. So yeah, I didn't manage to do my happy hour before stream. So I'll probably do that after stream. if running copper and Norway is not interfering with my recording, I might actually do a second trip to copper while doing happy hour and a few things on my main account. I would not mind doing a another run on. Wouldn't mind doing another run of copper before XP runs out. So yeah, the get it 60 skill. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't think we're going to be done with this account, even though like the speed run and all that is I'm thinking we're going to use this account to do a few other tests with, and we might even like fish a little bit with it here and there. It would be really nice to see if we could get it to 60, even though I think it might be a bit rough to do it on the trips. Okay, 47. Yeah, it's gonna be rough, I think. I really hoped we could get it up to 26. We got 2 hours. We have 206 left. And we had, where did I start? Did I say 80? Or the 8 we had 800. So we have 618,000 XP thus far. Kind of wish I did this while the while the lake were really hot for kois. We would have been we would have broken this thing. Because when we were getting kois left, right, and center, you're talking like 200,000 a fish. So I'm actually half tempted to grab a few starter kits. The, let me take a quick peek here. What is the duration on? Let's start pushing a little bit. Let's start tipsying it up a little bit. Yeah, the coins will never be that active again. It's the same thing like with every map. They it goes into like this demo mode, and then it's after like a couple of weeks to a month, it's gonna be slowed down. I wish they stopped doing it, by the way, because it just lowers the impression of the game. Sauri is mainly during daylight, yes, if I remember correctly. So you get it from early morning to late night. So mulled wine gives you 5% extra XP, and it lasts for 6 hours. I think I got like loads of apple cider on my main account. If I'm not mistaken. I might take a look at that. Hey, Weedendings. Come on, game. Give us a koi. Give us a koi. The salaries are really nice farming because, like, first of all, it's good silver, it's good XP, and it actually gives you fairly good skill percent. So, oh yeah, what I was saying. I'm thinking about maybe grabbing some cheap setups, like not the 40 silver ones, but grabbing some setups that let us do some of the smaller stuff. And I might actually, I should have done two things actually, so I need to figure out how to get silver for it. But one is to do a full video guide on making ground bait, basically making from 0 to 100. Doing it with happy hour, and also doing it with the guides. So basically see how fast does it go and how much silver do we actually spend on it. And then might also do try to push up the bait crafting on it. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult because it's going to be expensive. Oh my god. Yeah, obviously I've spread that shit around. Like I just received 100 apple cider from from my made by my main account. Holy crap. Yep. Obviously I had a lot of that. Sorry guys. Don't think they need to bring RF5. I don't think RF5 is gonna be. I don't think RF5 is gonna be a thing. I know there was a joke about it in the RF4 Discord. The there was a comment during the last patch when they screwed up the keybinds. Someone said like it's time for RF5. They laughed it away a little bit. So the thing is, I don't think it makes sense. First of all, you have a huge player base playing this game. If they're gonna make RF5, you need to get folks into like starting all over. You're not gonna get people to just like abandon RF4 and jump straight to RF5. And if you make RF5, unless they come out with a game with 6 to 8 maps, I would say, there's not going to be enough content. People will play for a little bit and they will jump back to RF4. And if it's not like revolutionizing better, it's going to be negative. So I really don't think RF5 makes sense. I really don't think it makes sense at all. Okay, so that cider is, because it was apple cider, it's 4% for 6 hours. We could chug quite a bit more of it. No, there's no rumors, no nothing. There's no information whatsoever saying that they're doing RF5. So they kind of laughed it away. So I don't think it's the case. Okay, so we put 2 of those in. We got 10% extra bonus for the mulled wine. Cheap and simple. Not cheap, but at least simple. Let's chug 1 of that. We should get 14% at this point if they still stack. If we now get more than 10%, it yep, they do stack. More XP. We're gonna get drunk. Yeah, they got infinite possibilities to add stuff to this. It's valuable now that cider was made by Murky Water, whoever he is. Yeah. Oh shit. Is it getting blurry or was that just me? I think we're borderline drunk. Total weight of a fish. Okay, so we've broken the record. No! Keep that as full. That's a... Oh my god. Is there a possibility that my account is literally cursed? Not once, not twice, not a fish. Okay, let me just read this one back. Okay, is it possible that the account is literally cursed? Not once, not twice. There is fish same as some else. That literally the same. There's significantly less fish. You caught around 90 fish in 2.5 hours. Same as me. Caught 10 fish. Just give them 1 kill comments. Try to copy every single thing you have. Same problem. This is yeah. This happens a lot, and it happens to me as well. You will go to the same spot, same everything, and you catch differently. Relogging can be an idea, but sometimes it's just different, and they've actually made the game a little bit like that. It's not gonna be 100%. Like it's sometimes you can get exactly the same, sometimes you get different. Best you can do is try some other spots. Just try something else for a while and rotate back again. There was no RF1, 2, or 3 for that matter. That's where you're wrong. There is RF3. I got the link. I'll see if we can make a channel for that in Discord. Show some of the info. But yeah, there was Russian fishing before RF4. If they want to make RF4 better, they can upgrade graphics. Yep, they've already done that twice, and they've refurbed maps as well. So we've yep, they're still live RF3 indeed. So that would be a cool stream, by the way. The reworks of Mosquito, actually they made a new Mosquito and removed the old one. They've changed winding. They've completely reworked Quarry Lake. So there's a lot of stuff that they can do. Depends on the drink. Maybe you just quit the game for today. Yes, I don't really want to quit the game. It's, you know what? That's the best thing you can do when the game starts triggering you. Walk away, take a break, come back the next day, fish something different the next day, Because you will see this, and this is the same. I've had this the last 3-4 days. I gone to the 120. People have been catching trophies left, right, and center, and I'm catching nothing. So just walk away from it. Do something else. Like if you can find something else cool to do in the game, do that. If you want to do, like, if you really fed off the game, I was there on Friday night. I caught absolutely nothing. My main account didn't even make 1 million XP that day, and everything went dead for this account. I just alt F4'd. I'm like, you know what? Stop. I'm stopping here. I'm coming back the next day, and we keep it up. And we came back yesterday, had a blast. So yeah. If you can't find anything else interesting in this game, go somewhere else. Do something else. Go out, touch grass. Go and play Icarus. Play something else. Go and play Solitaire. It doesn't matter. It's really important. Don't sit and try to force it. Don't run with that, Moss. Don't fucking run with that. Go for a walk. Also stop comparing yourself to others. Just plain seeing Moss catching all the trophies. Yep. No idea why people are making so much money in an hour, fishing into 10 hours. Where my account? I don't get that. I think it's my account wrong, or I'm doing something wrong. Just switch things up. And I know that people have been having the tinfoil hat on and thinking that RF4 is sitting there micromanaging every single account. No, it's not happening. They're not sitting there turning down fish for individual players. They're not sitting there turning shit on and off. They're not sitting there with the dials and constantly like a DJ controlling the game. It's RNG. It's a heavy RNG game, and it's the same thing with the lottery. You will see that the neighbors or someone winning the lottery and you're not winning a damn thing. It's just how it goes. It's a random number game. So just don't over focus on it. And if you really think that your account is cursed, do what I did. Make an alt account. Have some fun with it. Just go YOLO for a while and see. Deleted halfway in reply. Every now and then, not because it's down and give us the link. Yep. Pond was really great. Pond was awesome. I miss Cottage Pond. We don't have ground here. We don't have grass here. We have sand. Instead of our 4 yesterday, we went fishing with my brother and using someone's boat. We just stopped in and start fishing. Nice. MD3, hello, how are you doing? It's time like this, man. He's glad I'm not in Discord with him. Yeah. Oh my god. No filter Moss is, yeah. Well, there's not a whole hell of a lot of filter on you in the first place, so yeah. You're not even in chat. That's why we love you, Moss. I can say 1 hour and get 700 silver, next hour I get like 5 fish. Yep. Yeah, don't tell R4 and tell them the account is cursed. Actually, I have fun with your small account. Really plan to think what I'm doing and buying, not like main. Yeah, doing this, like, especially for us that have been in the game for like ages and a half, doing this kind of makes you think. Now, this kind of made it easier for me because I've had all of you guys helping out a hell of a lot, which made this run easier. But it just shows how you can play the game, and we are doing a series as well where I'm gonna start a series where we're gonna play the game proper. We're not gonna just do the speed run and say, okay, this is it, this is how you play the game. So the idea is to do the proper way as well. So it is just like this in real life as well. It is 100% like this in real life. We can stand 3 people on the same dock fishing with exactly the same lure, and one person is catching and the other one's not. So it is normal. Just don't stress it. Have fun with the game. She was sent to jail pawn back in the days by Lady of Games as a joke. Yeah, that's another thing. Don't go and ask for that. Asking for that might actually get you permaban these days, so yeah. They do not want people to focus on that pond at all, so it's something you just keep low key. But yeah, back in the days you could actually request it, but if you do that today, it's a quick way to a ban. I think what would make you play R4 now would be an float only account. Well, you do search for Moss's name in the game. He has 2 alts, one that's only doing spinning and one that's doing float. So it's a fun little challenge. I feel like my account curse took me ages to level up and used more money than I am now with no much help. Yeah. Leveling is slow in the game. You have to pick your battles. You have to pick what you're gonna fish for. It all depends on what you like fishing. Like there's always strategies you can do. One of the big things is patience. But yeah, if you guys are having problems with finding fish and what to do and how to approach things, use the resource that we give you. We have in-game chat. We have Discord. It's allowed to ask for help and advice. So use it. And we got a hell of a lot of experience amongst the team. There is so many players here with a lot of experience, and the majority of them are willing to help and are available to help. So don't be afraid to ask. And it's like I said before, thanks and please goes a long way. And it's like I'm not saying, hey, jump in there and say, hey, can I get a raptor? But advice is mainly free. So yep, moss on sticks and moss throws a wobbler, indeed. You watch movies and fish eel. Yep. Yep, good point, Cubat. Move maps. Don't get stuck up on a spot. If someone is catching a really good fish and you go to the like, if someone's sitting there catching and catching and catching, if you sit down and you sit there for 30 minutes and you're not catching anything, that might be a good time to move. So, it's like I went to 120 and got a little bit upset. Like it irritated me that I was like sitting there for 3 hours not catching anything, and there's trophies coming out left, right, and center. Yeah, the spot is dead for me. It's that simple. So it doesn't mean that I'm not max number of fish from a day. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to go back and try again. But sitting there like above and beyond, it's not going to do me any good. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be like a negative experience by doing that. One day, Moss, that link is gonna produce, or that command is gonna produce something. One day. Holy shit. But then when you're in a team tournament, it seems to do better than doing your RF4 solo. Well, there's your solution, Butler. We just need to do more of these team comps. Let's go. We need to do more comps together. Simple solution. Take my money. Yep. And it goes in waves. And I have to say, we've actually experienced it even worse because me and my better half, she's sitting next to me most of the time fishing when we're doing like when we're fishing in general. Up until the point where I start streaming, we were doing like same setups. Like we were fishing the same amount of time and we had pretty much the same things. So we had same setups and we were like neck and neck. We were sitting on a spot and one of us were catching a lot of fish, the other one was catching nothing. And of course that's reversing back and forth. And yes, her RNG has been fucking nuts. So she tends to, like, if we go after a trophy hunt, she catches the trophy in 10 minutes and I'm sitting there like 5 weeks later. Anyway, when you're sitting right next to someone fishing, it's so much more visible. And especially when you know that you're sitting there on identical setups, you have the same skills, you have the same everything. So the thing is, one is catching and the other one is not, and it switches back and forth. And we're on the same spot with the same setups. We have exactly the same gear. We had exactly the same skill point setups. It became so much more visible. Like me and Moss going after the lamprey, and yes, Moss, I'm going to use this one for all it's worth. Me and Moss was sitting in and going for lampreys on Seversky, and it was one of the first time they were actually active. I sat there for just a couple of hours and I caught the lamprey. Moss was sitting there for tens of hours and caught nothing. I think I had 3. So I send Moss my setup. Moss is sitting there with full skill points. He's sitting there with the bunny pickers with all the bells and whistles and bonuses and whatnot. Smallest fluorocarbon line, like all the good stuff. I sat there with my old Sorrentos. I was using a beat up micro braid and like it wasn't rusty hooks, but it was the cheapest hooks. I got 3 of them. It just shows how different, like how much RNG has to do with it. So it's not necessarily the skill points you got. It's not necessarily all the bonuses you got on the rods. They will, of course, help, but that's not the main thing. RNG is going to be the deciding factor. The RNG is so good because the god of RNG admires the fact she's not in the kitchen. Yeah, exactly. Now her RNG has been so crazy. It's actually nuts how quickly she's been getting some of these trophies I've been going after. So, and she's been demolishing a lot of these comps that we've been joining back in the days. So let's ask about it here. Honestly, because all you saying is 100%, and realizing it because first day you're trying bream fishing. Was barely making 10 kilos where people were making 70 easily. Now you're doing 80 to 90 kilo brim. Yep. I keep everything. I keep absolutely everything. The only times that I'm sitting and tossing away stuff is if I'm in the boat or far from the store and I need the space. I can go back afterwards and deleting them. There is no benefit of casting out like undersized fish. More, yes, she still needs the frog. The one fish she cannot, or the one species in the game she cannot catch is the frog on mosquito. That's the only one. Gonna say though, we were doing a run for eel on Oldberg. So we decided, okay, they were active, they were coming out, so we're like, well, you know what, we're gonna jump over there and get ready. We're messing around a little bit too much, and we were not getting to the spot for new species. We didn't get to the spot in time, so we rolled up at the spot at like 10 o'clock in the morning, which is basically way past the active time for the frogs. We cast out just okay, we're ready for the next night. We cast out. Less than 10 minutes, she freaking pulls up the trophy, and she fucks off, of course, and do something else. I was sitting there 6 months later, still no trophy. So she caught it in 10 minutes, and it was outside of that like active hour for the fish, and not optimal weather or nothing. So yeah, that it just shows how crazy. And it's not the first time that she's done that. We've done these trophy hunts, and she runs like rolls in, she gets it in 10-15 minutes, and then she's just fucks off, and I'll sit there by myself. So, but yeah, the frog, she still can't get it. And the funny thing is, I'm not allowed to go to mosquito and fish frogs. She will literally kill me if I roll up next to her when she's on the frogs. If I happen to get she's afraid I'll get a trophy. So we all have kryptonite. Yep. Frog comp? Yeah, she would literally kill me. Actually, we need to set up one. I'm pretty much out of frogs on my main account, so I do need to go and farm them. That's one of the reasons I'm sad that Cottage Pond is gone, because Cottage Pond was one of the best places to farm frogs. But yeah, just to finalize what I was starting to say, like when it comes to keeping fish, okay, we don't have anything untagged actually on this one. But yeah, an untagged fish give you a tiny bit of silver. So why cast it out? You're not getting anything back on it. You're not going to get bonus XP when it's untagged. So casting it out is just casting a little fraction of silver out in the water. So does it make any difference? No. But there's like no point in casting it out. It has nothing to do with RNG. It has nothing to do with anything. It's like it's not casting it out and it will come back as a bigger fish later. In real life, you would of course do that. If it was an undersized fish, you would cast it out. If not, you would actually like damage the like population in the water and whatnot. But yeah. Chat decided frog comp. Alrighty, well is there active spots on mosquito, by the way? I'm assuming that most people are doing the last final push on XP tonight. So maybe we schedule one for tomorrow? Maybe we make sure that we run one tomorrow. And guys, just a reminder. Not 100% sure how I'm going to do it, but we have a bunch of giveaways this week. So, like the last point on this rule set, there is going to be giveaways this week. So we are going to, yeah, I'm going to try to roll through them all and figure out how we're going to do that, but yeah. There's a pan above my head. There's always a pan above my head. Always. Forgot to see how much we got left on the tipsy, but 28%. It's not 28, it's 18% bonus. Oh, I drank it a little bit too fast. No! Okay, sorry guys, we are drunk. How long is that gonna last me? Should have waited a little bit in between. You're like my girlfriend, stay away. We all need to blame Cypher for making us angry. Yeah, of course. That was not smart. The only thing missing now, Moss, is that we get a koi, because then we're popping another one, and that's gonna make life even worse. But hey, we are 10k away from level up, and we are 1 hour away. 1 hour 20 minutes basically. In case the brew starts melt the liver. Oh my god. It's the health kit. All symptoms. There's no contradiction. No overdose cost been reported. Okay, so this is actually gonna remove the alcohol symptoms, right? Back in the day, you never worked for you? Okay, yeah. Back in the days, you could actually get damage by eating too much butter in the game. You could also get damage by drinking too much moonshine. So your health bar would actually go down. That's why you needed that one. We tested it on stream. I can't remember when. We spent way too much on... I think I drank moonshine for the most part. We spent way too much money on that. No, you don't get damage. We drank so much moonshine. I couldn't even see straight. On the character, that is, of course. Still didn't take any damage on it. Just made you very excited for a few hours. Oh. Yeah, you took the wrong color pill, I'm pretty sure. Definitely not the red pill. Oh. Is my shitty cider make Ruby red next time? Yeah. Yep. I was going through some of the old I was using some of the old mixes when we were doing the combat tuba. I went through a lot of my old groundbed and PVA mixes. I got a heck of a lot of stuff still made by Murky Water. It's like more than 4 years since we changed the account name. Rainbow pill. Holy shit. 4+, yeah. It's been a while. Definitely been a while. I think it's actually over 4 years since we started streaming. Hey, level 25. Let's break and go. So 25 with 1 hour left. That's not bad. So that put us up 4505. We're actually getting close to 1,000,000 XP from this. So it's not, considering that the fishing has not been like uber active and we haven't gotten too much of the rare stuff. This is actually really good. It's actually really, really good. Damn. Awesome. Thank you. Golden Imperial. Jesus Christ. People trying to get me drunk. Pete, thanks a lot for that. Appreciate that. So the Golden Imperial is actually plus 16%, and Ruby Diamond is plus 19%. And the store-bought stuff, like the high-end alcohol, lasts you double, so it's 12 hours versus 6 on the homemade stuff. Archie and Amber goes in waves. There's actually been a couple of runs on Amber where Amber's been very, very good. But it's going a bit in waves. When you look at spot information, it's going to be way less off for them because unless they are really, really hot, people tend to go to Copper and Norway instead. But let's take a quick peek. I think Archipelago and Amber Lake. Let's see here. Your best source of those information is basically VK. There's actually fairly decent pike and sander at H7. So Archipelago actually have a few. There's also been a lot of char lately on Archipelago. As far as Amber Lake, it looks like 83 is still going like it did like a year ago. Feel like that's never changing. So 64.94 and 83 seems to still be working. Just like it was yesterday and the month before and the year before that. Yeah, it's as far as information being posted up, you have to remember, for every trophy post, there's probably like 50 people behind there that's not catching much of anything other than like they're catching a lot of fish, but they're not getting trophies. And generally, look at the R4 Discord. People tend to not post outside of like getting epic fish. You can sit there and you fish and you get a lot of silver, but people don't post it up. So that's why we're trying to like I know I'm asking people a lot, like when they're catching like good fish and say, "Oh, I just got this, this, and this, and I just made that much money on this thing." I'm trying to get people to post that into spots because we really want to enable people to find that kind of information because it's a really grindy game. It's a tedious game. It takes a long time to test things out. If you want to go and try a spot out, you can't sit there for 2 minutes and try it and then move on because quite often with PVAs and everything, it takes 15 minutes before it even wakes up. So sharing the information on things that works and could be a good grinding spot is just as important as showing people that, hey, I just got the trophy. So, and going back to the whole RNG conversation, I can be sitting here catching a lot of small fish and like getting decent silver. This could be a trophy spot, but my RNG just not let me get it. So that's important as well. I would but never know what to share. In our Discord, trophies and spots. And also when people post up trollfish, post the setup and spot, because, well, getting close call to a trophy is just as good as getting a trophy for a lot of folks. So, and like when you start looking at some of the exotics, if you get a close call Asagi, you can bet your ass that there's some people that would love to have that spot in the setup. So, and yeah, we really appreciate everyone that posts in Discord. It just helps building like the information base that we got, and it makes it more attractive. So yeah, for everyone that posts, hats off and thank you. Big thanks to everyone. Amber's still very active, but who wants to spend 5 minutes catching a trophy common or more when 2 decent F1s are better all around? Yep. I think a good F1 is the same price as a standard common trophy. So yeah. Pink steak foam with pineapple, flanker and tip. Oh, nice. Yeah, like stuff like that as well. That's golden. That is really golden. More visit X. Thanks for fish, buddy. Yep. Resnov, hello. How are you doing? We killing it on the new account. Oh, killing it is probably overstatement, but yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Getting big coins on that? Nice. Actually, what the heck is the I wonder what the percentage we need to get to that. What the hell just happened to my lines? Going like freaking all cross-eyed. It must be the alcohol. We blame Moss. Or the lack of skill. Okay, so holy shit, Sigrid is 95. Alright. It's gonna be a few minutes before we get there. But 48.8. That means that we've gotten 8%. If we could manage to squeeze it to 50. Restart a new account. We've been doing a bit of an experiment this weekend. So new alt account, and we've been trying to speed run. So it's all about trying to go from level 1. We went straight to Norway. We've done full premium. We've done the trips with gold, and of course the double XP weekend. So with the 3 trips, we went to level 24. We're on the first copper trip, so we are now at 25. Hoping that I can manage to do one more before the event is over tonight. So yeah. There's also like, this is the reason that we have no overlays and everything on the stream is it's also going to be like the basis for a YouTube video. Hey, Phil Cool, how you doing? You must have had a good lost ticket on Norway. The lost ticket on Norway took me just over level to just over the edge of 24, and 25. The majority of that has been on copper, so it was actually really good. We ended up with 6,000 silver between the 3 trips. Did spend a tiny bit of silver on the last one, but nothing crazy. So yeah, about 6,000 silver profit. So guys, what do you think about the ways that we're doing it now? Like, of course, we're trying to push more YouTube content out. So what do you guys think about us doing this? Like running a stream now and then, that we are actually just using it to record the content, as opposed to us sitting with the main account and just fishing, and then we're making the stuff offline. Of course, for me, it's a good thing because like I get input as we go. Easier to get information, easier to get spots, those kind of things. I guess the streams is a little bit like streams are a little bit different when we're doing it this way. When did we move spot here? It should have been an hour. Almost. Should we maybe get some more of these out of it? That far out, okay. It's very silent when it's saved. Where's my free shit? Well, that's the upside of it. Tomorrow that starts. Ooh, I know a thing that I forgot to pick up. I just realized. It's something that's not too important on the boat. I should have bought a shovel. 25 Angus giveaway. uh, we're all waiting for giveaways. Oh. Do we is it enough? Yeah, let's do a. That's an expensive 2000 XP. Holy crap. That's what's the price of the ruby reds now? I think it's like 300, so that's 150 silver bottle. It actually turns out that everything stacks. All the XP stacks. That's actually new. It used to be only the similar types that stacks. It's all because of that Twitch, did you? Yep. Oh. Yeah, it's not often that I chug down the ruby red. I did chug quite a bit of it when I was doing the beluga. Because I I knew it wasn't trophy, but I had no idea how much XP it would give and how big it was actually was. So I did throw down a couple. But one need to be careful with it though, because like I've seen the video of the, I think it was I can't remember if it was a Chinese dude or who it was, but at least he had a swordfish on. He was sitting there drinking ruby red, and you have to wait to cool down in between the drinking. And he was about to go into the inventory and drink another one, and his game crashes. So you just need one finger briefs. Yep. So you always run the risk of one, fish got away, and second of all, there can always happen something. So sitting there drinking for too much, and you have the sway as well. Like if you sway for too long, it's or it gets too violent, you can actually snap off. I did break a leader on that on Amber. I had a ghost carp on, and I was going in to drink, and I had forgot to think about how much I've already drunk. So the head bobbing started, and I broke the leader. So yeah, so 77. Actually been a really good bite rate here as well. Not as many F1s, I think. Yeah. Less F1s, but we got a few things. Okay. Gonna be interesting to see how the money is. Okay, so next level is 1.3. So 1.2 left. Oh. Yeah, I remember that. It was a halibut, wasn't it? I think it was a halibut. Hanging next to the boat for like 6 hours. Oh. Yeah, that was a fun one. Oh, you have the clip? Jesus. Yeah. I need that clip. Oh. We've had a few interesting ones. We've had that one, and we've also had a streamer start snoring on stream. He literally fell asleep while fishing. He started a comp, hosted a comp, and then he fell asleep. Damn that botsy. Oh. It's the reason you don't stream anymore. The I've done a mistake myself. But that was before I was streaming. Um Silver carp was one of the fish that I was like really grinding for. And I said they became active on Tuba Pond. I sat down was fishing, and I was hard set on I'm not gonna I was doing an experiment. I'm not gonna move until I get it. Like it started on I think it was Monday. And I was sitting there one night fishing, and I think I left the game on because I had repairs or whatever the hell it was. But anyway, I'm 100% sure I put the rods on the bank. Just leave them next to the bank. But I'm tired as hell. I go to bed. I wake up the next morning, sit down in front of the computer, turn on my headset, and I start hearing playing. I hear the bells go off. I'm like, oh fuck. So I log in, or like because I always lock my computer. So I log into the computer, And there is the rods going like haywire. And on one of the rods, I got, I think it was a 16 kilo silver carp. It's been running around in the pond all night. I had 19% damage on both the line and the leader and everything. So reel it in. So that's it's probably been there on there for like up to 10 hours. So I have gone to bed with rods in the water and forgetting, but yeah, I haven't fallen asleep on the desk yet. So sitting there jig stepping, if it's slow, and actually sometimes on Norway as well, like if it's really slow and you get too tired, I can feel that okay, now it's time to call it. Yeah, that time was actually really lucky. First of all, it could have been way more damage, and this is before the increased raw damage. If that was with the increased damage, odds are that my line guides or my blank would have been fucked as well. And also really lucky that it didn't like decide to run out of the pond because it could easily strip line. And as the line was taking damage, that was a 36 setup, and with 19% damage, it could easily have taken the line from me. So that was a fun one. Come on, be one of the be a Goshki or a one of the black ones. That would be nice. I'll be a Dinks. Oh, Hayatsuri. Yeah, that would be decent as well. But the important thing if you do the trips, you get set up with a 14 line. We switched it to a 22 line. We're using 22 line leader. Whereas with the setup that you get, you will be at 14 kilo. So that is a big difference. But of course, with being the rainbow braid and everything, it's an expensive edition. But I don't think I would enjoy this very much with a 14 kilo setup. And this is pretty much the same setup you would be running with the Bestia 3000s. So if you're running 3000 reels, this is kind of what setup you would be dealing with. Sonax, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Benny TV, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. How are you doing? What's the best place to make money at level 19? Depending a little bit on your setups. If you can do carps, Bear Lake can be really good. Quarry trolling, if it's active, can also be really good. Some tips for silver at level 18. Kind of the same thing. If you have carp gear, Bear Lake is usually good. If you have trolling gear, if you can get into the decent fish on Quarry Lake, that is it's basically a good place. Feeder starter setups. I think like you can always go bream, but bream is not going to be the it's not going to be the best silver for you. Doing the small fish, getting into Chinese sleepers, rough, those kind of things, and doing orders is going to produce decent silver. Yeah, bream's kind of bad. Going down to winding and sitting there on the spots around the tent, just trying to get a lot of fish and filling a lot of orders, I think that's probably going to be your best bet. 6.5 kilos, yeah, same thing applies basically. Doing the small fish is probably going to be the best for you. The thing is, it's better to get a lot of small stuff than to get one big one. In most cases, because like bream can be slow, bream can be like, but if you keep getting the half decent ones, they are gonna be tedious to get in on that gear. So I think I would recommend going for some of the smaller stuff. Make sure you stand on stuff that actually produce money. Because if you get like a donut rough, you're gonna get if you get like a donut rough is gonna be a lot of money. Half decent mirror. Hey, 16.8, 21,000. Not really worth it compared to like getting a couple of F1s, but hey, it's always cool to get a big fish. Is it worth investing points in conventional reels? Yes, if you're using heavy conventional reels, putting points in it is very much worth because it lowers the energy consumption while you're fighting fish on. But yeah, make sure you have skill points to spend, and think about it. If you have like if you're an in-between step, you want to use the heavy ones. Like if your goal is to get to the heavies, I would not waste the points on light because you will have to reset. I think I need to refresh my mind here. Because you got heavy conventional reels are linked with there's something that's linked here, but I don't think the heavy and light are not linked, I believe. I need to double check that on my main account. If they are linked, I don't think they are, but I would not put it into light if your plan is to get a heavy, because you will have to reset your points to get those back. And if you don't have your free reset, that is going to be 5 gold. So, and skill points are quite scarce. Should you go feeder or pickers? I wonder. Pickers are really nice if you buy the good ones. Like Model 2 pickers are fairly good. So I tend to like the picker rods for the lighter setups. As for the sea, yeah, I would. But yeah, the reason I was looking at it there because there is the heavy conventional reel is linked between the marine and the spin fishing, so you can actually unlock it on either one. If you are at 100% on spin fishing, you can use them already. So just keep that in mind that if you unlock heavy conventional reels on spin or marine, they are linked. So if you put points in them, they go on both, and you just have to unlock it in one of those to be able to use them. And the same thing goes for the light ones. So this is of course for the 40, 50, and 60 reels, and the light ones is for the lower ones. Yeah, it's 248 versus 819. The important thing to keep in mind here. Oh, you want to buy the regal? I would not invest points in it for the regal. I'm just gonna say I wouldn't put points in it for the regal. I don't think with that setup that is really gonna make a big difference for you. Yeah, it's gonna save you a little bit on the energy, but I would rather save those points up to the heavy reel. If I were you. When it comes to the rods, this is what I always say. If you feel that the grind to get to like the optimal level is going to be too much and you might feel that, okay, you know what, this is going to put me off the game, this is not going to be fun, go for this cheaper setup. If you get halfway there, let's say that you get to 600 silver and now you're burnt out, you're not going to have, like, you can't stand this anymore because you're sitting there with low gear and you can't do anything. Quitting the game with 600 silver in the account is worse than actually buying something for 200 silver and having a little bit of fun with it and just regrinding that silver. So that's something to think about. Which reel is good for Bear Lake? I wouldn't go to Bear Lake with anything less than an 8,000 reel. So I would definitely go Caliber HSVs, Nargas, Alphas, something like that. So 8,000 reels with a... ideally, you want to go with a carp rod. So a Fortuna Carp, 360 XH, I think it is, with a Caliber HSV or something like that. Grumpy, hello, how you doing? You level 25 and no trophies? Yes. Kind of surprising. That's just my RNG. Yep, I agree. Shooting for the lower one, get started with it, and then jump up. So it's a better strat if you feel that it's too much of a grind to get up. Real Russian fishing would have a squatting love. Bear cheering supporting the fisherman, yeah. How much silver do you need for that reel? A Caliber HSV, it's right over 2,000. But now I'm talking ideally. This is what I would recommend. Going for carps less than 8,000 reels is not going to be a fun experience, I'm pretty sure. Yes, we are doing it now with like you have the you got the bestias and all that, but you need a good friction break. That's the thing, because you can't lock these things up. So the Caliber HSV is now 2,800. Any good place for carps on Mosquito? We caught carps on Mosquito during the event with the 7-year qualifications, up in the area around 88, 86. So basically up in H4. You're standing like 89, 86 or in that vicinity. Not the place that we tend to go for carps, but yeah, that's a place we can try out. We got carps, we got crucian gibbles up there, and we also got bream up there. Yeah, standing in the same spot for too long is gonna like ruin the fun for a lot of folks if you sit there and grind the same fish over and over again. So doing if you feel that you're stuck, doing a little bit of a jump on a gear, like get something that you can actually go up a step for, that would be that's probably smart. Or switch it up. Get yourself some of the cheap floats and start floating for some of the species, because there's different species you get on float versus bottom fishing. So that's another thing you can do, and you can get these simple, I think it's T13 rods that you buy for like 15 silver. Buying the HSV is the best decision you did. Yeah, so get yourself an 8,000 reel. That's being Alpha, HSV, or Narga. I will pick the Narga every single time. I love that reel. And the friction brake upgrade on HSV, don't do it. Everyone says, "Oh, choose the HSV because it's so cheap." Well, here's the thing: you upgrade that friction brake, it's more expensive to repair the HSV than the Venga. So just keep that in mind. Should already have the HSV, but need 3 setups. Should I use Venga for the next one? So if you're gonna like increase your, like if you already at 8,000 reels, back in the days we would have said, you know what? Okay, you go 8,000 and then you go Chigara or Venga. There are so many different options in the game now with Norway showing up. There's just the spin reels anymore, so you have to think about like what you want to do. A lot of folks skips the Venga and go straight to Norway. Some people go straight to Norway, they buy themselves a Regal and they see the shortcomings of the Regal and they decide to get the Venga anyway. Venga 10,000 is, like I said before, it's one of the very versatile reels in the game because it allows you to do so much different things with it. You can do bottom fishing with it. It's strong enough to go beluga fishing, which means that everything up to beluga on bottom fishing, it's good for catfishing, both from bottom rods and from spinning rods. You control archipelago with it and run good setups. And you can also use it for spin fishing on Yama, and you can go to the sea with it. So it can work on every single map. I'm using clip 10, 11, 12. So 10 on the first, 11 on the second, and 12 on the third. For the higher gold, much the same, except I get 3 Model 2 pickers instead of the Palmer FD120. Yep. Keep in mind when you're selecting the picker rods, think Copper Lake. Because copper, you can only use feeder or picker rods. So if you buy a cheaper step first, and then you want to buy a picker rod afterwards, make sure you buy something that's good enough for using for Copper Lake. Now, since I'm saying 8,000 reels, the reason I'm saying 8,000 reels is like you can actually start with these cheaper ones, and you can go Alpha for 23. I would say go Caliber over Alpha, but that's just me though. If you want to spend a little bit more and get a little bit better reel, I would go the Narga 8,000. I would definitely consider Narga. It's a bit more expensive, but that's just me. Anyway, you could also say, well, why not get a 6,000 reel and go why not go a 6,000 reel? But if you go 6,000, it's, if you're gonna buy a 6,000 reel that you can use for copper, you need to fork out 6,000 for it. So yeah. Lots of koi in the koi pound? Yeah, we have one. We got one. That's it. And we had one that we sold, so we had two. So there's a lot of things to consider when buying gear. So just fishing games, just having fun. Just want to see a game where you have a fishing bear as a fishing partner. There's actually bears on Yama, and if you're lucky or unlucky how you see it, you can actually get smacked by the bear and get sent back to base. So yeah, there's bears in it. Can we go in something wrong with the hooks or lines or something? Well, the setup right here is this. So using standard braid, using Mega S1s, and we're also tossing out ground bait every like 12 to 16 hours in the game. $7,000 unwinding. The thing is, as you level up, you have to change a little bit of what you're doing, and it is a grindy game, but being careful with the silver, not overspending. If you do some steps in between, making sure you can actually go for a little bit heavier fish. You don't need to go to the uber heavy stuff to be able to make money, though. So keep that in mind. You don't need to go up to full carp setup to be able to make money. What feeder setups do I have now? Well, the ones that I'm using right here, this is a Model 2 feeders with Nataro 6000. So this is kind of like the copper setup. And of course, the Model 2 gets the job done, 25 kilo. You can actually run these on you can run these on Bear Lake. I wouldn't go to carps with much less than 18 to 20 kilo setups. Narga. So for 8,000 reels, I would go Narga or Caliber HSVs. That is for the 8,000s. Caliber HSVs are 2,800, whereas Narga 8,000s are going to be 3,400. But the thing is as well, don't think that you're grinding up to 3 setups before you can start doing something, because you can go and get yourself 1 rod and 1 reel. You can start fishing with that 1 setup. So if you're setting on carps, let's say Oldberg, you can go to 2167 or 2161, cast out, fishing carps with 1, you turn to the left, and you cast out and you can fish with red worms and stuff like that and get small fish on that. You don't need to have the full setups to be able to get started. And it will, for every single rod you get, it's going to be that much easier. And if you get an HSV, you can also buy yourself a Model 1 spinning rod, which allow you to start trolling Quarry Lake with a 19 kilo setup. And now you can start making money that way as well. So it actually enables you to do more than one thing. So don't think that you need to grind up to 7,000, buy everything and that, because the first caliber is going to make it that much easier. The second one is going to make it that much more easy again. And then when you got 3, you're good to go. And what I actually did when I started out, I did 1 step in between because we actually got a rod through a competition. So I started with a cheap like starter kits, the 145. Well, there was no starter kits, but equivalent of the 145 silver starter kits you can buy. So I started with that. Then I got a rod, so I bought myself 2 Saber 60s. Today I kind of wish I didn't, because it doesn't give you much, but it allowed me to fish frame a little bit more efficient. So I used Saber 60s with the Fortuna FD 420 and a 410, I think it was. I have that on the other account, so Remind me next time we're live. I can show you the rods that I had. So I bought 2 Saber 60s, and then I start saving up for. So then I had first 3 Sorrentos, 3 Lacertes. I bought 2 Sorrentos, 2 Saber 60s. Used the feeder rods. Then I start saving up for the first 8,000 reel. So I bought a Narga 8000, put that on a feeder rod as well. Now I had 3 setups, 1 with a heavier reel and 2 with lower reels. As soon as we could buy the Fortuna Carps, I bought a Fortuna Carp for that Narga, and then I saved up for the second Narga and the second feeder rod, or carp rod. So I didn't buy 3 setup, I bought 2, and then I jumped past and I took the next step up. So after I had 2 Nargas, I saved up for the first Tagara. And it made it so much easier. So when I had the first Tagara, and then I saved up for 2 more Tagaras, I had a full set of those. Because that was like my end goal at that time. So now it set me back. The Saber 60 at that time was about 970 silver, I think it was, per reel. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see, Saber 60s. Yeah, now they're 1100. So with 1100, you're halfway up to almost halfway to a caliber. So you have to think about that if you want to take the in-between step. But part of this story also, it's important to note that Dream was way more active back in the days than it is now. So we made more money and it was more active. So it's something to think about before you make those in-between steps, to make sure you have something to fish for with the gear you're buying. Well, HSV over Narga, this is a conversation that been rolling a lot of times, and people value different things. And here's my reasoning for this. This is kind of like this, back to the conversation we had earlier today about LTD and Borelic as well. But here, look at all the data. The strength of the reel is one thing, like how powerful it is with cranking and all that stuff. The caliber has more line length. It's 421 meters over 192, and this is with 0.42 line. So this is with a 0.42 millimeter line. The friction break of the caliber is 15.4, whereas the Narga is 14.5. Now here's the big kicker. The mechanism on the Narga is 42.4, whereas it's on 34 on 31.7 on the caliber. So you have 11 kilo more on the Narga. Now, we're not locking up fish, so the mechanism doesn't really come into play on that unless you lock up, people say. Now, it also goes on the overall strength of the reel, the quality of the reel and everything, and also how much damage you can put on the reel before you have to repair it. Narga is a beluga reel, so first of all, when you get to Ladoga, you can start repairing it there for 20 or 19% off, which makes it cheaper. Also, the durability on that reel is way higher, so it takes way less damage. Ooh, Waku, nice. It wasn't a marked one, but still, we'll take it. So that's important to remember as well. It goes into the factor, and spending a little bit. Purple fish, that is there's a purple and a pink tag now. Purple being rare and purple being ultra rare or very rare, or how they yeah. So it's just like the rarity of the fish that they've put a marker on. So HSV is cheap, and I also told about this before. Let me just check my messages. I just realized I had messages in here. Holy crap. Okay, that's something to do when we're done. That's something to do when we're done. Done with the trips. We got some toys. Awesome. Phil, cool. Thank you so much. You're a freaking legend. Thank you. Yeah, we had a fish got away earlier today. It wasn't now. Haven't you? Hello, hello. How you doing? All right. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. All right, back to this. The back in the days we had a comparison sheet. I'm not sure who made it. It was just something that was circulated by a couple of people in the community. I have absolutely no clue where the source is, so if I offended someone, sorry, that's not the intention. But yeah, it was a comparison on Reels, and I think someone just cooked this up in the back room without doing much testing on it, because they went through and gave points on the different aspects of the different reels. My biggest focus on those two were Caliber and Narga. There was a few others, but I didn't pay attention to those. So price, Caliber wins. Of course, it got full score on the pricing because it was so cheap. Repairs, Caliber got max score. Was so cheap. It's 80 silver to fix the friction brake. And they go down the line, and it comes down to friction brake. Narga was put down because of the lower friction brake, and Caliber got an extra set of scores. They doubled the score on it because you could upgrade it to 17, I think it was. So you're going to increase it by like a 1 point something. Now, you can't say that that reel is over everything because you can increase the friction brake and then give it score for repair cost, because when you upgrade it, it goes from 80 to well over 350 for the repair cost. So it becomes more expensive to repair the Caliber than a Venga cost for friction brake. So the durability of that reel as well, the rate you're actually getting damage on it. So if you go and troll with it with 17 friction brake, you can actually go and troll. You can technically go and troll Archipelago with it. But if you get a salmon on it, it will melt the friction brake. And most likely you're gonna get spooled because it has no power to, even though it's a powerful, it melts very fast and the power is gone. So a lot of the positive things with HSV goes out the window. That said, if you're sitting there fishing rough, donut rough, small fish, does it really matter? No, it doesn't. But if you're gonna start like messing around with carps, you want that strength. And again, I've tried them side by side. I still use the Caliber next to two Nargas. I still would choose Narga every single time just because of the way that the reel feels. It feels, for lack of a better words, it feels expensive. It feels heavy. It feels proper. It's not like some plastic stuff that you buy for cheap. I know that's like exaggerating a little bit, but that's kind of the difference between those two, the two reels. Now, I'm not saying that it's bad going buying yourself an HSV. I'm just trying to defend why I really think that the Narga is a better reel altogether. Not saying that you have to buy a reel that's almost 7,000 more expensive, because the Caliber gets the job done. You just need to know what the limits of it are. Ooh, got another one. Like this. see, how are we doing? I think we got yep, all good. Overall, the caliber is not bad. Don't take me wrong. I would not go like Norway with it though, like a lot of folks have done. And to be dead honest, doing the upgraded friction brake, it is not worth it. Grease normally around like 10%. That's the short questions. In Discord, we have a whole channel with a full repair guides on everything. We had Moss go through. He made a huge guide, compare it, like gathering in information from everywhere. So yeah, in Discord under gonna get the name repair guide, basically as original as that. Gives you a lot of the percentages, why and how. So, but yeah, around 10%. Classic hair rig with a comfort for FD 360 with Lacerti. Keep in mind Lacerti is 5 kilo, so if you're planning to go white brim and those kind of things, yep. If you're planning to go carbs, I wouldn't do it. Would you go with an Argo to the sea? Actually, no. I wouldn't. If I if I had a setup and I knew like if I had drop shots enabled and I was going to go for mackerels, maybe I would be crazy enough to do it. Calibers have the upper hand because they have a little bit more line, but to be honest, you are going to melt that friction brake and it's just going to end up costing you a lot of money. You're better off going for a 10k reel or going with a regal. You could technically go with them, but you need to know what the hell you're doing. You need to know that you're gonna melt them. But I just know that a lot of folks pick up the HSV and like, oh, I can go to sea with this because it got so much line. You're gonna get melted. You're really gonna get melted on it. And especially with the upgraded friction brake, that's also something I've heard. Like, oh, but it's 17 kilo friction brake with the upgrade. Yes, and it's also gonna be 400 silver if you burn it. So, and if you're not quick, it's gonna burn fast when you get a decent fish on there. So reason I say that okay, I wouldn't go to the sea with a caliber is because I know a lot of folks goes to the sea with the caliber. Can you do it if you really want to push yourself to the sea early and you don't have the silver? You can push like pick up a Saltmaster 88 and slap on a HSV. Can you do it? Yes. Can you go on 34 and do it? Of course. Um, then comes along a 6 kilo poor beagle that's going to shred that friction brake, or a 10 kilo cod that's going to give you a bad time. The silver flies fast. So a lot of the things that we see in this game, saving a little bit of money can be really expensive. So with the prices right now, when you see how fast you can actually make money when you get there, it's actually worth spending 5 minutes looking through everything and maybe waiting 2 days before you go there and pick up a half decent reel. Look at it this way. Let me go back here and take a look. As for the regal, a regal is 8,700. So basically 8,800 for a regal. You got two gears. You can run 60 kilo setup on it, and you got a 60.3 friction brake. You're already way past what the HSV can do. Yeah, it's 8,000, but you are going to the sea for that. So yeah. There's also the halibut 22S that some people have been running, which isn't bad either. It's like 4K. And someone tried out the Hamra CLW20, which is 11.8 friction brake. It's 45.9. Would probably go halibut if I was going to do it, but yeah. Okay, I currently only have 34 silver. I'm holding on till I know enough, 100% to do a carp gear. Okay, so what is your skill percentage? So if you have 3,400 silver, James John, hello. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? So if you're close to buying yourself a carp setup, I would do this. I would buy myself a Fortuna carp. Yeah. I would push myself up to 60%. Buy yourself a Fortuna carp because you're so close anyway. That's buying a carp rod. If you're gonna buy something, I would actually buy a picker rod instead. Buy a Model 2 picker or something. Or yeah. But yeah, ideally a Fortuna FD460, or sorry, FD360. And then get yourself a caliber for the first carp setup. That gives you like get those extra 9% and buy that as your first. And one of the reasons I'm saying that, you have more line and give you time to get into the fights of them and all that stuff. See how you like it. If you feel, okay, you know what, I want to try a more expensive one, you save up for the second set, you get yourself another Fortuna carp, and you buy yourself a Narga. Now you have two 8,000 setups. Now start saving up, and depending on how active fishing you get, and your character level, of course, as well. If you can get to Amber Lake, you can fish with 8,000 reels, especially on 83, because if you get something big and starts spooling you can go to the right, you can lock the fish inside of that area, and you're safe. And now you can start saving up. And if you feel that this is going fairly well, you aim at getting yourself a Tagara. So you put the aim on the Tagara for your third setup. If you see along the way, okay, this is too far, I can't really go that far without having 3 setups. All right, well, then you get another Fortuna carp and you buy another one of those reels that you already got, and you do either a Narga or a caliber, depending on what you kind of feel you want to use. I've had this discussion about Narga caliber with a lot of folks, and in 90% of the cases, I'm talking to people that either have only Nargas or only calibers. We are a few that bought both, and most of the people that I know that have both, they have the same experience. They feel that the caliber is good, but the Narga is stronger. Okay, these are the ones we want. A little bit more beefy ones. Okay, we are 6 hours left. 7 actually. Yes, that's what I said a little bit ago. I 100% agree with you. If you really can, like, if you can suck it up and manage to grind. But I know that when we talk to people and they say, "Oh, it's 2,800. That's way too much." Well, you're already like eliminated a lot. But yeah, if you can muster the patience to go to a 6,000 reel, that you're going to be better off. Like if you can go to Avia 6,000, Chagara 6,000, or the Azimuth 6,000, if you can go to one of those 3, you're going to save a lot of money long run. But you're going to be looking at between 5,000 and 6,000 per reel. So that is going to be That's going to be the downside of it. So that is like this is the ongoing problem, and it's going to be like this no matter how you turn yourself in this game. You're going to think about what you want to do, and you're going to see that if I only go these extra couple of thousands, I can get something better. But then you grind up to that and like, okay, if I go another 2,000, I can get this. If I can get another 2,000, I can also do this. And that's going to be an ongoing thing, on and on and on. Oh, that was 50. Cool. Why people go with the Avia over Azimuth? There is actually like you're splitting hairs between the different reels. Avia, Azimuth, and Tagara, there is very, very little difference between them. The Azimuth, see here, I think I got all of them. So Tagara and the Avia. Okay, so there is very, very little difference between them. Avia got a little bit more line. Azimuth has a little bit more friction brake. Now that's what I just said. Calibers you have to upgrade. That's just bullshit because this is what I said earlier. People use the in a conversation like this. People say on the caliber, "Oh, it's so cheap to upgrade. It's so cheap to repair." And then we get to the friction brake. Oh, you just upgrade it. Okay, you just killed the first argument. You go from a 15 to a 17 brake, yes, but you also made it more expensive to repair than the Venga. So, no, you do not upgrade them. Mitboo! Lolo, how you doing? Mitboo, sorry. How you doing? But yeah, this is also back to the conversation. Some people like one thing, some people like the other thing. But there is, you have to look at the whole picture. You can't look at one thing and say, this is what we should do. Same thing with the Azimuth. You get a little bit more friction brake, but the 2 kilos, when you're talking almost 2,000 more, that makes a huge difference. The mechanisms as well, like we talked with the other ones, it's going to give you a little bit, it's going to be a little bit stronger, but in the grand scheme of things, I will put Azimuth, Tagara, and Avia pretty much neck and neck. If you're going to go for something stronger for copper, you should really look at the Venga 6K. But again, like I said before, Venga 6K is going to be the price of 3 of the other ones. Yep, it gives you a little bit. It costs like hell to repair. I would rather save that money. And the thing is, if you put that money that it costs with the upgrade and a couple of repairs, you can buy yourself a way better reel. Yes, we are doing a pretty much a speed run for the weekend with double XP. So we started out Friday with a brand new account, put some premium on it, and we've done the 3 Norway trips, and now we're doing the first copper trip. So we went level 25 and change on those trips. But I would, if I would buy reels today for copper, I would probably buy the Tagara. I think that's the good middle ground at 6,000 silver piece. I got 2 Avias. I'm really happy with them. There's a lot of line for them, and especially if you're gonna go and use it for other maps, that extra line length might come in handy. It's usable for a lot of stuff, so definitely Avia is a good choice. It's affordable, coming in about, let's see, Avia is 5,200. Tagara is 6,000, and azimuth is 6,900. So I think from this it looks like the Tigara can be upgraded. I haven't looked into that, but it kind of looks like it. But yeah, I would definitely go Tigara or Avia for copper. But again, like, you're doubling what you cost for the 8,000 reels, going to a high level, going with a high level 6,000 reel. And the thing is, when you go to copper, you can't go with a half-ass lower reels. Well, I guess you can, but I wouldn't do it because you're dealing with carps and you're already at a disadvantage here. So, like Saber 60, could it be done? Yeah, it's a 10 kilo reel. It's not going to be fun with carps. You're going to spend way too much time on them. So I would much rather go to the higher setting, like higher tier reels. But again, it's all down to how much grind can you endure. Do you like the pain? So, and like I said again, just to disarm the whole conversation about the caliber. I know a lot of folks, especially those running with the calibers, they're going to defend them for all it's worth. I'm not saying that it's a trash reel. I'm just saying that you can't use the cheap maintenance argument and then start talking about upgrading. You can't use those in the same conversation. That's number one. Number two is everyone fish differently. Everyone is valuing different things. I'm speaking about my experience with it and what I think. I understand that people have different opinions, but I also feel that if you're going to have a strong opinion about a reel, make sure you test something else first. Because when it's the only thing you've tried in the game, it's yeah. And that's why I'm always trying to like try out the things before I bash them. And it's also why I bought a caliber, because I was bashing it, and okay, you know what? I'm gonna try it, and I've been using it for like 2 years. So yep, 6,000 for coppers. The Garos is actually not a bad it's not a bad setup. I got 2 Avias and I got the Venga. I have tried the Jagaros. Alexis have the Jagaros. I've tried them out just to see how they operate. Don't see any big difference between fighting fish on Tagara over the ABS. Now, there's a huge difference fighting it on the Venga 6000s. But again, if you buy one Venga 6000, you could get 3 Tagaras for the same price. So that's more like an endgame thing. If you have the silver and don't care, go for it. But I'm actually having more fun with running 3 Bestias. The Bestia 3000s is actually a lot of fun on this map, using pretty much the same setup as this. Of course, you're using the Royal Pickers or the Legend Pickers. Or is it Legend? I think it's Legend. So the top tier pickers or the Royal Pickers using a Bestia 3000 and with pretty much the same setup, using 22 line leaders. That's a hell of a lot of fun. There's a 15% discount on the Beluga Narga Super 7. Let's see. Narga Super. For 4K. Wait, that's listed with a different price on mine. What map did you check that price on? Oh, it's that guy. That's the dude with the OnlyFans account. That is indeed the dude with the OnlyFans account. So yeah, he's like to flash his blings around. Okay, on copper, make sure you check that on Volkov because copper is more expensive than the other stores. Just keep that in mind. The Narga Super has a little bit stronger mechanism, a tiny bit stronger friction brake. Other than that, it's a little bit over the Narga Super is a little bit over the other one. I mean, it is gonna probably go away eventually. That you can't buy them no more. I'm a bit biased. I love the Nargas. So it's a nice reel. It is. I think I got one on the main account because I only had two Nargas, and I bought the Super. So by the way, it's my bot is my bot is removing all links, so no worries. It's same price, weaker Narga. So yeah, it's pretty much the same price. Yeah, it's like if you have the money for it, like just grab it. If you want the Narga, just grab it. But yeah, like I said, buy it on Volkov. Don't buy it on Copper. I don't remember what the price increase for the store is. It's not a whole heck of a lot, but it turns into money anyway. It's 4% more expensive here, so buying it Volkov is going to be cheaper for you. So yeah, that's another reason to check the spreadsheet. Always check the spreadsheet before you buy things because there is a difference in cost on things. I found some discrepancies, so I might go back and like recalculate and see if we can get another screenshot up for with prices and whatnot. Yeah, it's 3,900 on Volkov. Yep. Yeah, the more expensive the products are, of course, the more like the percentage is going to make a difference. So. Oh, it does. Well, actually, skill up doesn't make necessarily, but if you give it skill points, it does. Harvesting baits. So basically, they've done some attempts with and without skill points. In about 100 attempts, you get, I think it's about 20% more. Well, in individual digs, it's not going to make a difference. Like it's going to be hard to see the difference, but in 100 digs, they went from around 850 to 1200 with skill points on worms, and they went from red worms. They went from 31 to 52. It is a good difference. It is a good difference actually. And like when you start looking at gold bait, they had on the shovel from 26 to about the 60. 2.6. What the hell is it? I can't really can't even see these. There you go. Okay, 2.6 to 7. So percentage wise is a lot. Oh yeah, regular worms works. It does. And it's also important, just dig, 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 and more dig. Ooh, we're getting more coins. And I'm forgetting the alcohol. But okay. How much time we got left? Ooh, only 30 minutes. We are about done. We are about done. Yeah, switch it up. Worms, red worms, blood worms. Just switch between them. Maggots, bark beetle larvae, just switch around on them. 1,000 worms and only 7 to 80 redworms. Yeah, eventually you're gonna be like drowning in them. You just dig every time you, all the time you have. All right, we got 30 minutes left. So, I assume this one works the same as Norway. We can leave the rods in the water, but we can't recast. So we can reel out a fish. So I made sure yesterday when I was doing the trips, made sure that I cast it out just before the timer went out. Too late. We should have gotten that one out and recast, but all right. So we are at 121 fish. It's not too shabby actually. We've had good bite rates. There we go. Trip is over. Ooh, it's a good one to end cast with. And there we go. Can't cast. Bite rate is higher on regular worms. It might be because you actually have more species going after them. Might not be the quality fish, but end of the day, you want the bite rate. And the other thing is switching, like I said before, switching as much as you can between baits, rigs, setups, locations, maps. The more diversity, the more chance for skill points. Yeah, I use fluorocarbon leaders. That's always safe. And with your setup, like you can't go higher, of course, and low setups will give you better bite rate on the small fish. Hook size as well makes a big difference. So if you're sitting there with like between like 19 to 24 hooks, you're gonna get a lot of the smaller stuff. So how many fish we caught till now? For this run, now we have 123 and we sold about 110, I think. So 200 and just under 250 fish today. Altogether, we've caught 565. So this is the stats that we got this far. 72 fish in an hour is the max, 255 kilos. Or 850. Wait a second. Trophy rough? Nice. That's very nice. Okay, so we are at 4850, 603. Hey Pisco, how you doing? Where did my... Yeah, so yesterday we had 3675. Okay. Yeah, so the first two trips of Norway we had epic fish on the end. We ended with, is that a common or is that a oh, it's a dinks. Ooh, my wheel white. There we go. Yeah, decent to end on that one. So that is the last fish for copper on the second day, second trip. So let's see where we at here. We are at 4866,328. So that means that we actually made more XP on this trip today than we did yesterday. So yesterday I had about 1 million XP. Today we've had 1.19. That's not too shabby actually. We were using clip 10, 11, and 12. Trying unmarked near 41 hole. First cast is Congress. Ooh, very nice. Experiment. This is going pretty damn well. So we've done 3 Norway trips, 1 copper trip, and we're like, we put a good dent into 25. We only got 1 million XP up to 26. So if I do another one today, we should actually be 26 by the end of today. Which means that we are set up to, well, we're not set up to, but we are actually lined up for copper for Amber Lake, and we are 50% on bottom fishing. Now it's slowed down, so not sure we can get 60 on another trip, but we will definitely get 60 on 2 trips. Okay. Oh, that was the new F1. Scooby, sorry, I saw your message. I read it. I don't think I said it loud, but yeah, thank you. I didn't. So that's another 50. That puts us at 100 from Cafe, 100 and change. And another 900. So we sold for 670. Plus we have 898. And then we have 21, 33, and 59. So we have 1681. So if you actually go and spend, if you spend money on the book, and this is all, of course, with people helping you out with spots, bait, ground bait, and all that stuff. So yeah, you need some good friends or a powerful main account. But if you have some good friends and you're willing to spend a little bit of money, you can actually run pretty fast in this. And like we just made level 25. Let's just do this math as well. So if we think about it, we would have been at 32. Yeah, that's we've kind of shaved off an hour on every single trip. One, we went to the 120. We've been screwing around. I've been talking a lot, so yes, Moss, you're right. We've actually lost an hour on every single trip, more or less. We could have been a little bit more efficient on it. So, but with the double XP, we would have been like without the double XP, that is, we would have been at 32 million XP at this point. So the double XP event have given us an additional, let's see here. We've actually gotten 1.6 million XP out of the event with this account. At 32 mil, we would have been just shy, with 200,000 shy of level 24. So that's kind of where we would have been. We would have been so yeah. The only way to know that, Moss, is that if we actually do this again without the XP event. Now RNG is going to be a huge factor. How active copper is the day that you go here, how active Norway is the day we're going to go there. So if you're doing this a little bit more select, than what I've done is just say, hey, you know what, this weekend we're going to do streaming and we're going to do this. Picking when you do the trips, doing them when there's active stuff, if we'd done this the day that this was only increased and the spot with the tent was active, we would have probably just flown through here if we could make it work on Herrig, that is. So there's a lot of the RNG factors playing in. Since I don't fully know, yeah, I think I'm gonna sell these as well just in case. So yeah, nothing like, we haven't gotten anything like the uber wow. But that's the thing with copper. You can sit there and fish the F1s, not even getting trophies, and you make a heck of a lot of money on it. So right there, we have 7.7. So we're only, yeah, 7,700 is definitely not bad after these. And like we're only 900 XP, 900,000 XP from being able to go to Amber Lake. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking, but I am. So yeah. All right, guys. It's 3:20 for me. Yeah, it's actually been 3 days. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we are gonna be. Let's go Amber next stream. Well, the gear is gonna be the issue, Moss. We're gonna be really tight on gear here. But yeah, we'll see. I kind of want to go through the next two copper trips as well. I'll see if I can do another one later today. Oh, the copper ticket. You guys have sent so much stuff. I think it only is a mix of this stuff. It's this kind of things there. There is not, you're not getting a single boilie. So you get absolutely no no boilies for this, and you don't have the skill when you go and do the trips. If you're a fresh account, there is no boilies. There is, yeah, only the dose. Yeah, New York pizza. So the problem is, if you do this without having bottom skill, you will not have the hair rig. But the thing is, you get the gear for free. There's no damage on it. Like the first thing we did, we stripped off the line. We got 14 kilo line on it, so we got rid of that. We have the Rage Series S2, S4 hooks, those three. We got no leaders, but we got 70-gram sinkers. You got one of each bell. So it's not the most fancy setup that you're getting. Well, of course, the rods and the reels gets the job done. There's no problem whatsoever running those. So they actually held up pretty well. So, and like I said, but the first thing we did, we went in and we swapped out this one. Of course, it's not the cheapest. It's not the cheapest line in the world. Again, Moss, thank you. We have new lead core, so 22 kilo lead core, and we got 21 kilo leaders. So I would invest in that if you're going to run this. But of course, that will eat into your earning. But look at it this way. You can use that stuff later. We are using that stuff right now on our Bestias, so Bestia 3000. On top of that, we are also we're fishing with no so you're making a lot of money. Like we made a lot of money, almost 1,700 today, and there's no damage. There's like you can do whatever you want. You're not losing anything. Taking Congress on the 110. That sounds cool. Do you mind posting the info in spots so people can gang up on you and give you competition over there? Yes. As soon as I log out or relog or travel, the all the stuff in my inventory with an airplane on it will disappear. So this will disappear, the reel will disappear, these things will disappear. Now, anything that I put on here that is mine, so the sinker, the lead core, leaders, all the stuff that's mine on here, I will keep. It will not disappear, even if it's on the rod. So they don't take the stuff away from you. It just like goes back into your inventory. Same thing is if I relog during the trip, it will reset my gear. So you have to go in and reconfigure the gear if you relog, because it will set you back to how it was when you first got here. Trying to get sardines and change the leader to 36 from 60. First thing you get is a baby tuna. Yep, that is Murphy's Law. Go with crazy weak setup, especially if you go downwards. You get snapped. When I started that yesterday, I forgot to put the 181 liter on Norway, and it was just ding, bit off. So, and of course, since I'm doing it in a private chat, the messages you get there, there's so few, and I've turned off all the weeklies and everything. So that is on the screen every time that something happens. I was sitting there and got reminded over and over and over again. We'll just spend 1 hour on it just for normal info. All right, appreciate that. Appreciate it if you post it up. All right, guys. I need a break. I need food. I need breakfast. Stupid enough, I didn't eat before I started streaming today, which is a big no-no. So, but yeah, that's on me. All right. I'm not 100% sure what's happening today. So I need to see a little bit of what I'm going to do. So one of those days that we have no one to write through again. Yeah, I don't like this. All right. Yeah. So I don't see anyone that I know streaming. I might be wrong, but yeah, I don't see any. So I'm gonna do what I normally don't like to do, but let's see. Foaming Quickers, you use them until they are broken. They are just as efficient from 0% damage till 99. At the second you hit 100, it will say broken and you can't recast. If you got a fish got away, make sure you check your rig though. If you're getting close, if you got a fish got away, the damage will be applied to it, so you will lose the durability. So if you're fishing with a broken lure, you won't get more fish. But yeah, they work all the way up to 100%. You will not lose a fish because of it being damaged, so just keep using them until they are broken. Frog Comp, we might do one later today. Probably it's going to be a stream tomorrow if we're going to do a Frog Comp. I am going to try to squeeze out another run on this one later. I'm going to see if I maybe can do a if I can run both accounts later. I might actually push that through. What about leaders for sea? Leaders normally about 10% for the regular leaders. I tend to say when you start feeling that it's more difficult to land a fish, it's about time to replace them. But somewhere between everything from 8 to 15, depending a little bit on the strength and whatnot. So. Yeah, I've never ever seen that the foams have any difference on the percentage. It's also been confirmed by RF4. They've gone out and said it. It makes absolutely no difference if you have 0 or 99.9% damage on them. It makes absolutely no difference. So there's no decrease in bite rate or anything. So I use them until they break. So just make of that what you want. If you feel that it's not worth it, discard them or give them someone. What size leader for 34 and 41 holes? It depends on your gear. If you have gear that can only run up to like 35 liter, use 35 liter. If you can run 60, use 60. I tend to not go over 60 though on those 2 holes. Sensei and calibers right now, you can run calibers are limited. So the Sensei is good, the caliber is the one that's going to be limiting you. Let me just get the real sheet. Calibers have a mechanism on 31, so I would use 27 liters. 27 kilo on those. And that is just, if you make a mistake, you're not going to break your caliber. If you run 30, you're going to break it. So always be 10% below your gear. When you're starting to take a lot of damage on your mechanism on the caliber, I wouldn't go much more than 10-15%. Either you have to repair it or you have to drop your leader down to about like 23. All right, guys, I don't have anyone to write out to. I don't see anyone. And if someone just goes on, I'm sorry because I haven't seen it. Anyways, guys, thank you freaking so much for being here. You guys being here with me the whole weekend and all the support on this. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate that. Oh, the real sheet, that is in Discord under resources. It's the Kilted Jocks spreadsheet. Let me just grab the link here quickly as well. But yeah, you find everything that you guys need is in resources in Discord, but there's the Kilted Jocks real sheet. It's the Bible. We have trophy size real sheets. You got rods information, prices, hook strength, everything's in there. All right, guys. Have an awesome Sunday. If nothing happens tonight, I might be on again. I'll definitely be in game, so don't be shy. Just give me a holler. We'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central European time, as per usual. I'll try to update the schedule in Discord, so hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have an awesome Sunday, afternoon, evening, whatever the heck it is in your neck of the wood, and hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care.